bak. Ja. Thank you for joining the session about how building future scenarios shape the product strategy of FADE. Okay, one more time. I'll do this. No. All right. So my name is Tonje Wange. I'm CDO in Variant. Also, I have a position at one of the universities in Norway, NTNU. So some of the framework and methods we use are developed in collaboration with this university. So you have kind of a practical but also academical touch to it.
Yeah. My name is Hildegunn Wada, and I'm a product area manager in Sikt and responsible for the login service FADE, which we are going to tell you more about.
So we are going to tell you shortly about the challenge we had, and everything is going to take us from the present into the future, but also how we went from the future back to the everyday reality, because that's the key to succeed with using scenarios. And I think the common challenge we all have these days is that the world we knew is gone. So to succeed with product development, we have to consider new ways to develop both the product but also the strategy for the product. And this is also affecting FADE.
Yeah. So FADE is the national login solution for all education sector in Norway. So we are providing the service for schools and universities and research institutes. We have about 1.5 million users in Norway. That's almost 30% of Norway's population. And they are ranging from 6-year-olds to professors. We have around 1 million logins per day, around 220 million logins per year. And there is something in Sweden called Skolfederation, which is kind of the same thing as FADE, but FADE is, I think it's both older and bigger and more widespread. Yes. So when we started working on this, we had been working quite a while with establishing good teams, and we were really getting up to speed with our teams, but we struggled with prioritization. So we didn't have an updated product strategy, and we didn't really know what our customers need in the more long-term perspective were. We knew their day-to-day needs, but how it was going to develop, we didn't know much about. And also, one of the problems what we in year 2000, when FADE was first built, login and single sign-on was a really difficult problem that somebody had to solve, and it was important to solve it. But in 2023, single sign-on, everybody knows about it and has it, and a lot of vendors are providing it. So it's not that important. So how can we continue to bring value to our customers? That was a big question.
So we started out to figure out what should the strategic ambition for FADE be. And this is a desire for change. It's not the change itself. And typically when we do a strategic direction for a product or a service area or a company, we tend to use the knowledge based on what FADE, for instance, is today. What's the value creation of FADE today and historically? Also, who is working with FADE? What is the teams? What knowledge and expertise do the teams have? What's the ecosystem around FADE? And what's the relations between the different actors within the ecosystem? And also, what's the position for FADE? So that's a typical thing to do. But one pitfall with that is that the changes out there is happening. And if you don't consider that when doing the strategic work, it could be a big risk. So we would like to know what the value creation of FADE could be in the future. And to do that, we have to learn more about the future. So that's where we have the scenarios, the future scenarios. And based on the future scenarios, we were able to make a strategic ambition for FADE. And we set 7 years, I think, in the future. And based on this strategic ambition, what could that mean within 5 years and 2 years? And then what should be the prioritizations this year? And it could kind of sound easy, but that's typically a flip on what the short-term goals will be. So when we started out this process, we had one idea before we did the scenario building, but after this process with the backcasting, we have a new short-term ambition as well. So that's the learning. Doing this work, we use the Strategisløyfen, which is one of the framework developed together with NTNU. And the Strategisløyfen consider 3 parts, where the first one is the baseline. That's what is FEIDE today. It's about the relations, the service, the customer, the user, and the interaction within all of those. And why should we do that? We know that, typically people say, but we see that using the design strengths to visualize and make it more available for people, we have a better common perspective and also picture of what the now situation are. But also, when we know the now situation, we use that to make a frame of what we should look for into the future. Because we have a lot of megatrends, but what does the megatrends mean for us actually? So we have to make a scope to make it more context sensitive for FEIDE. And that's what we learn in the first part before we do the foresight part, which is about learning more about the future and then use that for the strategic ambition and lastly, the backcasting. So we discovered a lot of factors that could influence FEIDE. And this is examples of some of them. We see a lot of them are typically research and education factors. Some are more about the change for the student and the researcher. And also human behaviors more, how would that be in the future? So we had a lot of them, and in a magical way, we were able to take 10 critical forces out of that we think will impact FEIDE the most. But that was a hard process.
Yeah, it was, because coming up with all these hundreds of factors, it's not really that difficult because we all read all these trend reports and we had discussions and strategies on a high level that we can read. But to find out which of these are most relevant to us and which of them are we going to work on to build the scenarios, that's a really hard part. So that's a bit back and forth to land on that. And also another thing that we found difficult was to distinguish the factor from our response to it, because we are so used to think from our own perspective and from inside out. So to just talk about the factor without putting ourselves and our response into it was very difficult. Yeah,
but we managed that. After some exercises with the team.
Mm-hmm.
So based on this learning and the driving forces, we made, in the first we had 5 scenarios, but ended up with 3. And all of the 3 scenarios, they have a visual identity, they have a story, and they have ingredients that make it more easy for the teams, for the board, and all people around FEIDE to understand what it's all about. So we utilize the design principles also making the future scenarios. So we have 3, and we are going to go through the 3.
Yeah,
shortly.
At least tell you a little bit about each of them. So the first one is the excellent public citizen, and as you can see, the icon, the user is in the middle, and in this scenario, all Norwegian citizens get their electronic ID, their e-ID, when they are born, and they use it for all kind of purposes from they are born and throughout their lives, from kindergarten, school, different school, secondary school, social media, university, job, public health services, in all kind of settings throughout their lives. And also this is the scenario where the digital sovereignty is very important. All the EU regulations on the digitalization field has been implemented in Norway and in the Norwegian society and government. And there is a rich edtech market in Norway in this scenario, with a lot of vendors creating great learning experiences for our pupils and students. And there is also a high data drive with a lot of sharing of data and building innovation on top of data in this scenario. Yeah. And in the second scenario, it's called leading global players. And in this scenario, we have the big cloud vendors, which are really even more into the schools and education and universities than today. We use it for more purposes than today and with more users than today. In this scenario, we have different EIDs depending on, it's almost like today, we have one for different schools, one for social media, one for one job, another job, another one from public health services. So that's another factor there. It's also a scenario where we don't have this rich edtech market in Norway, because a lot of things are being done within the cloud vendor ecosystem. And also the data drive is not, there's not much data drive in this scenario. Yeah, and you can see the sliders there, because that's something we use to build the scenario if we drag it from to the one direction or the other direction. So, yeah. Mm. And the key future successes, the third scenario, that is kind of a mix of the two first ones. So there we have the one EID from you are born and throughout your lives, but we also have the success of the big cloud vendors in this scenario.
So we didn't mention it, but all of these scenarios, we don't know if they happen. So the reason we do this is to, for the first, have more a future-oriented process, making the product strategy, but also to make people more changeable, or capability to change. So the teams are not kind of very close to the product FADE and what it was for like 20 years ago. So it's about to change the mindset also.
And that was something of the most important thing with the employee engagement. We needed to start talking to our employees about this change. And one of the things we did was we had workshops where they got to work with the scenarios, and they got to imagine what would our workday be if this scenario happened, what would we do more of, less of, who would we collaborate with, and all of that was kind of to start to play around with the scenarios, to start imagining how the future would be for us without it being a very serious and difficult situation. Yeah.
Also, we did engagement with other stakeholders.
Yeah. So in the public sector, we have a lot of customer advisory groups to ensure involvement from the different groups that we are providing services for. So we also had workshops with them, and they got to work with the scenarios and point on which weaknesses and strengths we have, FADE have in the different scenarios, and how they thought we could bring value to the education sector in the different scenarios. Yeah.
And this is about executing strategy. So this is where we create the change. And it's a ongoing process. And a goal without a plan is just a dream. So we have to continue working and deliver upon all this. So what were the implications for FADE doing this? We have a new leading star and also a new strategic ambition. So we use the mountain map to map out the future scenarios, then make a strategic ambition which is inspiring, motivating for people to work in directional, and also then backcast what is the more closer things to start develop. So that's the process we are in the middle of right now. But we have a new leading star.
Yeah. So based on the work we did, both internally and externally, we came up with this new leading star. FEIDE ensures easy and safe adoption of digital services in the knowledge sector. So that's, and we also have this long-term ambition that says that we are going to connect login services and users and services. We are going to provide digital services with relevant data from the education sector. And we are going to bring school owners and universities insight and overview of the use of digital services. So that's quite far from the one that we had before. That was actually login and data sharing for the education sector.
And that's quite different because at first we had the product more close to the strategic ambition. Now we are more connected to easy and safe adoption of digital services. It's a more wider place to see where FEIDE should take a position in. And we are still working with this.
Yeah, so when we had this ambition, this long-term ambition, we worked on the backcasting. So if we're going to be there in 7 years, where are we going to be? Where do we have to be in 5 years and 3 years and 2 years? And in the more short-term perspective, the next half a year, we brought in all the teams and they got to work. It was voluntary. It was an OKR workshop, and we know not all the people in the teams like to work with OKR. But so we made it voluntarily, but everybody except one person came. And we think that's a very good sign, because that means they really think this affects their everyday job and it's important to them. So that was really fun.
Absolutely. Yeah. And this is what's shaping the product strategy of FEIDE, the new one. And we still use the design principles to make it easy, understandable for everyone. And this is like the sketch of the final product strategy.
Yeah. The one that we have right now.
Yeah.
So it's a one-pager, and it's really easy to bring in all kind of situation. If you haven't seen it before, it's easy to get an overview and understand what we are working on. We really don't show it so much to our employees, because they know it, because they have been working it out, so to say.
Yeah. So it's a culture. It's not this paper we don't read. So to wrap it up, we have some wins, and I see that the FEIDE people is not in the FEIDE box anymore. You have the broader perspective, not only the management but also the employees. I think that's a very, very important thing and a win. Also, we mentioned we make things visual and easy. We don't have these long reports anymore. Of course, we have to have something for the departments and so on, but that's what you saw on the previous page, which is the product strategy. Also, we are better to prioritize. We see even better also the strategic relations. We should have even more internationally. Sweden, for instance, Denmark. So we don't only focus on Norway anymore. And of course, people going to the OKR sessions, that's a huge win for us. So we are not finished yet, because because this is an ongoing process. We started out in 23, but we see we have to work with the future scenarios, because now we know what happened in 24 and 25. So we have to still build new scenarios, but also change some of them we already have. So it's an ongoing process. Thank you.
Skulle kunna testa så ljudet funkar också.
Of the design system with your product teams. Another being building on top of a third-party library that doesn't allow you to extend your future needs. Or having multiple competing design systems within your organizations. And many more. And there in the back, behind all the bones, can you see something familiar? Variant Style Guide. 2 of them. They have also ended up here. But is that a failure after long service, full of learnings? Building a design system is easy, but maintaining it and making it grow organically within your organization is much more difficult. It is often based on decisions made early in the software development lifecycle. It requires planning and collaboration. Or does it? Can't we just cut out the human and collaboration part and make things more efficient? Hello, my name is Christopher. I'm a problem solver, a front-end developer, and a father of 2. This is me outside of Bislett Stadium in Oslo, on paternity leave with my second daughter. This should have been the best time of my life. I was looking forward to simple yet complete focus in one job. Long strolls, outside lunches, in the sun, with a view and beer. To all mothers, this is what we fathers do during paternity leave. To all fathers, this is the 2-beer grip. It's the same grip you use to lift your baby's legs for changing the diaper. But then life happened. It was not my daughter, but a close relative to the family that passed away. We got an estate in our lap, a 100-year-old grocery store in the middle of nowhere. 250 square meters plus workshop full of things collected over generations. Here we spent all our free time for the next 6 months. Clearing out and mourning and cleaning. We systematically went through the house, room by room, sorting things by categories and by keep, sell and throw away, with a goal to get order and get the house in a sellable state. Some common symptoms of hoarding: collecting unneeded things, inability to organize your things, and difficulty to get rid of things. Some of the stuff we found were 2 meter high and 200 kilograms safe. A moldering caravan or 10 square meters of mice nest. Insecticide, a new type against DDT-resistant flies. It was such a relief when we were done. But enough about me, let's talk about design systems. Let's start with the primary button. You all have a primary button in your design system, I suppose. It's the cornerstone and beginning of every good design system. Then you add a secondary button, a tertiary button, a size small, a size extra small, a danger button, icon right button, icon left button, icon only button. Boom, rat's nest. Some symptoms of digital organizations: collecting products, inability to organize your products, and difficulty to discontinue your products. So let's start with the analysis. It's great to have good order in your sewing equipment. To achieve this, you need to organize and plan, categorize and sort. Your tools need to support real-life needs and products. No need for excess. A good starting point is to do an exercise called 3x3x3, where you take your 3 most valuable products, find your 3 most important pages on those products, and on those 9 pages find the 3 components on every page that's most important for that page. Then you end up with a good set of your key needed components for your products. This will form a good baseline for your design system. There's also another exercise called Parts, Product and People, where you find the key stakeholders, key products and key components or parts for your design system. Then you need to acknowledge that your style guide, pattern library or design system should not be a byproduct. Your design system needs to be the platform for building other products, or it will get outdated very soon. Design and development. Organizing the teamwork around your design system is key to success, and is often where things start out wrong. One approach is the solitary button-up model, where every team starts with a toolbox, and then one team decides to share theirs with the rest of the organization, and they start to use it instead of theirs. A model like this have the downsides that the team building the toolbox might not take other teams into consideration when adding new features or making breaking changes. This also puts all the work on one team. Another common model is the community model, where the teams pitch in to build the common toolbox. This model might lead to loss of speed when the teams have to prioritize their own products over the design system. And different cultures and ideas on teams might lead to people not working in the same direction. The opposite of the community model is the centralized model, where you have one dedicated team working on the design system and supplying it to the rest of the organization. This top-down model, often initiated from C-level, have the problems that the teams might not, the design system team might not understand the real needs of the product teams and convince them of using the platform rather than building things themselves. So a hybrid between the centralized and the community model is where I've seen most success over time. Here you have a core team building the design system with support of maintainers and advocates on the product teams. This creates both commitment in the team and grassroots connection with the organization, and centralized governance. Here all teams have a say and buy into the system, and communication is often more important than documentation, and with collaborating teams, communication will spread in your organization. Testing. The workflow when building new features for your design system includes a designer, a developer, and a designer and developer for QA. Once this process has been done once, you can add API tests and visual tests, removing the need for a QA developer and QA designer, freeing valuable human resources. Here is an example of a visual test with the button, the baseline, and a change made to it, and a diff showing that here we need human interaction to make sure if this can go out or not. Deployment. Releasing is often a bottleneck, dependent on a few key personnel. But this can also be automated by making it triggered by commit tags, making the review and automated test the gatekeepers for an okayed release. Yes, and this is an example of such a pipeline where the developer has written code, committed, tested, and just kept going. No need to keep your secrets in Git. Maintenance. It's very important not to break things and communicating changes over time and to maintain trust in your design system. Versioning communicates changes. Hereby semantic versioning, where the major is a breaking change, a minor is a new feature, and a patch is just a bug fix. Giving the product teams confidence to update non-breaking changing versions. And a changelog communicates in detail what has happened and can be auto-generated by change sets and commits made in a machine-readable manner, reducing the need for non-vital interaction during development. Work can be automated through APIs. Here with Figma, a designer can update code directly without involvement of developers. Changing design token values have never been this easy. And onboarding new developers from product teams with your components in the design system requires lots of documentation, but can be made easier through direct connection from code to design with Figma Code Connect, letting teams easily make use of components and bridging naming discrepancies between design and code. Here an example where the Figma design sketch creates an actual copy-paste ready code snippet with the correct props. End of life. When you have gone through life collecting a lot of things, it's time to remember to let go by the gentle art of Swedish death cleaning. This is not something sad, and it's not about cleaning and vacuuming, but about permanent change through minimalism. Organizing and categorizing your things, throw away your trash, sell off and make use of the money, give away and see your belongings get new life and joy with your close ones. Don't get stuck on the small things. Start with the big things that shows progress. Only keep what you need. Do not leave this to your loved ones to have to deal with while going through sorrow. For your design system, this means to plan for end of life. Keep what works and throw away what doesn't. Bring with you what worked and what you have learned. Only building new where it makes sense and adds value. Make your next generation better and let the learning be a lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will have a 10-minute break, and then we will have Kirsty presenting.
Ja, takk. Jeg er veldig dårlig på første. Okay, hi. I did not expect so many people to show up, so I'm very happy that you're all here. My name is Kirsti Strømstad. I work in Variant at the Trondheim office, and I'm also responsible for the strategic design part of Variant. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about some practical examples of strategy and how to actually use it to drive change. And the motivation behind this is, it goes a long way back to when I was a fresh designer out of university. And I thought that design would solve everything from small usability problems to the huge societal changes. And then I started working on projects and got kind of struck by reality. I found myself in projects that didn't really have a direction, and I didn't really understand the purpose or what we were actually solving or what change we were making. And it left me with a burning question to why, when really talented people have both time and resources, why are we still not able to create really good solutions? The question, it led me from design and into the world of strategy, where I've been for the last almost 10 years now. And what I've come to learn is that creativity, it needs direction, and a problem, it needs context. And even the most or the best ideas can solve the wrong problems if you don't really have strategy to back it up. But I think also the most important of these is what Tonje talked a bit about earlier. It's when you're working with strategy to have humility, because strategy, it means nothing without execution. So today I'm here more or less with the goal of trying to demystify strategy. Because usually when I talk about strategy, it's to leaders about how to create strategy. And strategy is never perfect, and you can never really get it right because it's always changing. So I think what we can try to become better at is to receive strategy, to decode it, and to understand how to leverage it to drive change. Because strategy in this way is not only for executives or the top decision makers. I think it's for everyone who wants to make a difference. So let's get into this. Yeah, everyone's super excited. Woo! It's almost lunch. Yeah. So before we go into the concrete examples, I want to say a little bit about the purpose of strategy. This might be repetition for some of you, but I always find myself having to remind myself about what is the actual purpose. So picture this, that in a perfect world for a company, everything is predictable. You can plan your resources ahead of time, you can see what your income is going to be, and everything will align perfectly. Unfortunately, the world isn't really predictable. It's quite unpredictable. And a company, it needs strategy to understand how they're going to meet these changes. And particularly changes that will affect the demand for their solutions. So we all know that the world is changing, and I was thinking about having a lot of examples of big trends, but I think you're going to hear a lot about it today. So maybe just try to picture what are the biggest trends or the biggest challenges that are on your radar right now. I guess it will involve a little bit about technology and this AI thing, a little bit about the geopolitical tensions that's happening in the world, the demographic challenges with the aging population, how companies are organizing, and all of these things. There are a lot of things happening. And I don't know about you, but I kind of have the feeling that history is happening a little bit faster than it used to. The thing is, it's not actually just a feeling. Accenture, they have this global disruption index, where they measure the changes within the spheres of economic, geopolitical, and technological spheres. And for the last, or between 2017 and 2022, this rate of change is 200%. I'm not really sure what it means, but in in comparison, this change index from 2011 to 2016 was 4%. So it says something about the rate of the change in the world. And this rate of change is making it increasingly difficult for companies to understand how are they going to survive these changes, these shifts around us. And if we survive, how are we also going to grow and hopefully thrive as a company? The answer to this question is strategy. And I usually use this as a rule of thumb because there are a lot of theories and a lot of different ways of saying what strategy is and what it isn't. But I found this is maybe the easiest way for me to remember what it is. Because strategy, it's about understanding the things around you that you can't change. You can't change the trends or the things around in the world. You can't decide or you can't control what your customers think. You can't control where the best people choose to work. But you can strive to understand these things and give a response. You can make a choice or a bet on what position you can take in order to meet these unpredictable things, in order to reach your ambition. On the other hand, what you can control, it's the decision on what you're going to do inside your company. And these decisions should be based on your strategy. Decisions if, are we going to focus on more marketing this year? Are we going to build a new production plant? Are we going to hire more people? Are we going to start a new product? Are we going to discontinue service? All of these things are things that you can control within your company. So here we have a little bit about the difference, leading up to kind of the first more hands-on examples. Because it's important, I think, to recognize what strategy is. It can't really be proven in advance, in a way. When you receive a strategy, it will always be a bit vague because it's a high-level exercise. But even though you get a strategy and you don't really understand it, or at first glance, it doesn't really mean that it's a bad strategy. So in understanding what is a plan, what is sort of a bad strategy, and what is a good strategy, I hope that I can leave you with some tools in how to actually use it to make change. So first, the fun thing, in a way, some examples of bad strategy. Have anyone of you experienced bad strategy before? Yeah, one hand. Then I think you will recognize some of this. I haven't used like real, I haven't credited these to any companies, but most of these are taken from my real life experiences. And of course there's many more, but I think this is a really good first one. The very self-evident strategies. And there's a very good litmus test for this, or litmus test. If you ask, is the opposite of this just a plain stupid thing to do? It's not really a good strategy. Because the chance that all your competitors are doing the exact same thing are pretty high. So, okay, we're going to be customer-centric. It would be pretty stupid to not care about your customer, right? So this is maybe more like a hygiene factor than actually a strategy. The next one is more like the lazy strategies. And I find these applies to a lot of new technology, a lot of new platform services. I see some nodding. We are Uber for dogs, or we're Facebook for old people, or we're Airbnb for something else. Just taking something else and saying you're going to do the same. Then nobody really knows what it means. Chatbots. This actually happened a while back, or a few years back. The strategy was you have to release a new app every 2 weeks. And we're going to use chatbots. My boss had just read an article about chatbots. This is a long time ago, so so it was kind of the hype at the time. Now there's other hypes, but of course chatbots, it's not a very good strategy. it can be very tempting on jumping to the current hype, but when the hype is not a hype anymore, you're sort of lost, and these cycles are happening really fast. The Kodak moment we always have to kind of put in here. There's also this strategy of just closing your eyes and saying, "Oh, we have such a big part of the market, so we're going to survive." The Dog's dinner. It's just basically a long list of all the things we're going to do. And I see this a lot. A lot of companies say, we're going to do this and this and this and this. And the clue is we're going to do it with less resources. So we're going to fire people and do more. It's not going to take you where you want to go. And the last one, I remember, I think I actually quit this job when the boss came and had 100 million. That's our strategy. And I was like, yeah, well, I'm trying to save the world, and I'm not sure how this is going to help me do that. So it's easy to kind of find bad strategy, and it's easy to kind of make it into puns. But I think when you get a strategy, it kind of starts with the exercise of empathy and trying to understand, or I spent a lot of time trying to understand why are there so much bad strategy. And of course, it's difficult, and there's a lot of angst connected to strategy because it can't be proven. It's decisions about the future. But another aspect is that I find a lot of businesses don't really take strategy seriously until they're struggling. I'm not sure, I don't really want you to think about all the bad times you had, but if you can think a little bit back to when you last had a bad day. Did it really feel easy to see new options? Be curious about the world around you and use your creativity when you're already struggling? Often not, because your creativity and your options shrink. To see new good options to make choices between, it requires that you have some hope, that you have optimism, that you have energy to actually be creative. So starting to work on strategy before you're in a bad place is really, really important, even though it doesn't feel like it at the time. All right, let's go into some of the good examples. And I'm going to try to do this a little bit fast so that we have time for questions at the end. So I hope that you have some questions for me, or at least that you can add or build upon the things that I'm suggesting, because these are mostly things based on my own experience. It's not really a theory. But what do I need to actually use a strategy to make a choice? Because, you know, that is the problem with bad strategy. It doesn't really help you in doing a better job or to drive change. It doesn't help people focus and work in the same direction. To do that, you actually, or at least I need to understand, where are we going in the long term? What is our ambition? Where are we today? And what is the biggest challenge we're facing, or that we're saying this is the biggest challenge that we have to overcome to reach that goal? Because then I can understand the choice of why we're choosing to take this position at this time. Some examples of companies that I think has done pretty well at strategy. Feels a little bit bad using air transportation, but this is an example that's been used a lot by the strategist Roger Martin. So I know this is a good example of a great strategy. But what Southwest did was that they challenged the status quo of air travel by saying that we're going to offer air travel as an alternative to Greyhound buses. We're going to make it so affordable that people can use it for commuting. And to do that, they had to change the entire business model of how you organize air travel to make it more affordable. So they made some really hard decisions. They didn't have the traditional hub and spoke model where you have a hub and then your planes fly in and out. They decided we're going to fly point to point, because we only make money when we're in the air. They decided that they're not going to use travel agencies and stuff like that. People had to book their own tickets. They decided to only have one sort of airplane, the Boeing 747, I think it is. And they made all of these choices that managed to help them take this position. And from being an underlier or a niche that nobody really took seriously, they're now the biggest airline in the States. Another example of a legacy company that's been really good with innovation and strategy is called Faber-Castell. I'm not sure if I pronounced it right. There's a lot of designers here. I guess you've seen the pens, the pencils. Well, it's a really old company from Germany, I think, that has hundreds of years of history. But they were facing a tough market and a tough situation when a new technology came to be. It was called the calculator, so it's a little bit way back. But what most of their competitors did was that, okay, we have to go away from pencils, we have to start to make calculators instead. But Faber-Castell, they made a different choice, a strategic choice, and said, we don't know how to make calculators, even though a calculator can do the same as we do on paper with a pen. What we are really good at is making pens. So instead they stick to their core competence and found new ways of expanding their business. So from just having graphite pens, they started to use colored pencils, eyeliners for makeup, all kind of different pens in different markets. And now they have this really good strategic ambition. We unleash creative potential. And it helps them make these choices about which direction they're going to go. The last example I'm going to take is Vestre. Have you heard about this company? They make furniture, outdoor furniture. And it's pretty cool because they have one factory in Norway and one in Sweden. So it's a Norwegian company, but they're still present. And most of the people working on the Norwegian factory is from Sweden. It's really, really nice people. But Vestre, they said that, okay, our mission is to create social meeting places. And we're going to create this by building and selling furniture for these public spaces, but they should be affordable and really high quality from a sustainability perspective. So they've taken sustainability as kind of their core competitive advantage and used it for everything in their organization. And what's really interesting is that they're so clear about what are the challenges that are lying ahead of us. And everyone in the company knows about these challenges and are working towards it. So one of the big challenges they have is, how do we actually measure what a good meeting place is? We don't really know. We can create these meeting places, but how can we prove that they're good for people? And the other is turning their production so that the furniture has such high quality so they can actually go back to a circular loop. So everyone is constantly working towards this. So if you ever visit Vestre, ask anyone, and they will tell you the same thing. It's really pretty cool. So from examples to actually going into the really decoding strategy. Do you have a lot of experience receiving strategy and using it in your work? Yeah? Do you find it easy to make strategic decisions every day? Yeah, I don't. But I've worked with a lot of companies that managed to do this in a really good way. And I'm going to use one example from back from 2017 with a project that we did. And the reason I choose this is that usually in these kind of presentations I find that you use kind of Apple or like all these American tech companies. Maybe this isn't as exciting as the huge companies on the other side of the world. This is a small medium business, a factory in Fredrikstad, Norway. But I love these guys. They're really, really cool. They're taking their social responsibility really seriously. They have a over 100-year history where they've repeatedly changed their business. They're really aware that they are a cornerstone of the society in Fredrikstad. Okay, so let's go into this example. Bear with me as we try to decode their strategy. So their strategic ambition was sustainable food production for future generations. But what they do is that they import soy from Brazil, refine it, and sell it for animal food production and beef production. So when they came to us, I already had a kind of the sense that, okay, our strategic ambition, it doesn't really align so much with what we do. But does that mean that we just have to like shut down our factory? You can't do that because you have a responsibility for society. So what we were trying to do is understand, okay, what can we do to get here, even though this is where we are now? And during this process, or in the beginning, we experienced a new challenge. I'm not sure if you know who this is. It's a Norwegian influencer, and at this time she suddenly became very interested in palm oil, which is used in was used in a lot of food production in Norway. And literally overnight, she managed to eliminate the market for palm oil in Norway. And these guys were like, "Oh, soy, maybe we're next." So they had really, in a sense, they were lucky to get this really rude awakening. But this was the challenge. And then it's about kind of identifying what is your choice when you experience this challenge. And I think a lot of strategy and a lot of theory, it kind of jumps straight into what position, what solutions are we going to make, and don't really take the time to identify what is the choice that we actually have. So the choice that they felt like they had was either to double down on what they were doing, invest in lobbying, invest in marketing, to try to build the brand of soy as something that's really good. And they were actually doing a lot of good things. They were having ecological soy. They had complete transparency throughout the environment chain. So they did all they could to make soy as sustainable as possible, but you still never would get all the way there. So the other choice they had was to innovate. And these brave people chose to innovate. Within the company, we went, of course, through a long process. But what it ended up doing was actually reframing their position, reframing what they do. So from being a company that said we import and refine soybeans for the animal feed industry, we are now going to provide sustainable protein for animal and human consumption. Because the need for protein is really high, both for food, for people, and for animals. And we're not going to get away from that. But what are sustainable protein in the future? So then you kind of have the pieces, the most important things that you can kind of pull out from a strategy. And what you're left with is an understanding and a common sense of what your position is. You have a direction, and then you have some framework within where you can place your creativity. So with this as a starting point, we said, okay, what if we really unleash our creativity and we do this? What would that look like? What kind of business opportunities will we be presented with? And we investigated so many things that before wouldn't make sense at all. Like, it wouldn't be on the radar, but now it had a purpose. We knew why we were investigating these new technologies or these new things. So we were looking at industrial symbiosis, which is about different factories, different production companies sharing resources and energy and data. We're looking at circular economy business models. And this was in 2017, so in Norway everyone was talking about it, but no one was doing it yet. So it was quite early. We were looking into logistics, because of course they were really good at their value chain. And logistics, we saw that that was one of the huge challenges in the future, because all the kind of bulk ships they were using were being discontinued, and they were also very polluting. We looked at digital services. How can we make platforms from the knowledge we already have? We looked at autonomous vehicles in the production, and became part of the Horizon 2030 projects. And we also started looking at local farming for proteins. It was kind of wild, but I remember the last day one of the guys were like, we have to start doing vertical farming. And the mom is like, there's a huge market for it. And this was people that when the first day we got there, they were like, you're going to fire us. But now they were trying to convince us that there are hope and there are so many opportunities for the future. And where are these guys now? I think it's quite spectacular. They have started to share and sell the leftover energy that they're producing. They bought the harbor near the industry area in order to take a position within the maritime logistic. They took a lot of the things that they were already doing really well for themselves and started to sell it as a service. So both quality control of the soy that you could also do for a lot of different types of seeds they started doing. And they also started to sell traceability as a service, because they're really, really good at traceability throughout the entire value chain, back to where the first seed or that the farmer puts in the ground. But what I think is kind of the big game changer here, like all of these things are stuff that can make them profitable short term. But this is kind of their long-term ambition. They started a sub-company or a daughter company called Pronofa that started actually making these kind of things. It's called Sayona or something. And they actually I think they have like 3 farms. And they've gotten so many big investors doing this. And last year they actually released it as a product called Purpley. So they went, now they're all the way to our plates, to the end consumer. But this would be unimaginable in 2017. But by working, using creativity in engaging, they're now a lot closer to their final ambition. All right. I'll try to summarize the things that I kind of tried to take you through, or the NOFA journey. So the next time that you receive a strategy, I think we should all just think that a perfect strategy doesn't exist. So let's just become really good at taking it in and then become a very valuable asset for our organization. What I would do, this is, as I said, not theory, so you have to adapt it for how you work or how you think. But what I usually do is, you have to make a choice. Do you want to contribute, or do you just want to execute? We have to accept that not every person wants to make a change. Some people just want to come to work and write code, and that is okay. But then you have to do what you're told also, or else you're just a rock in the road. If you want to challenge, then you also have to contribute. That's sort of your responsibility. So for all of us that wants to contribute, I would start with getting familiar with the strategy. Like, strategy always comes in different formats. So I always try to put it into kind of my understanding of strategy, trying to figure out, okay, what is actually the long-term ambition for the company, even though they may be not able to articulate it themselves. What is the situation today? Where are we? What do we have? What are our core competencies? that we can use and build upon. And what is the position that they or your company is saying that this is the position that we're going to take? And a position, it's, if you're familiar with business model canvas, for example, a position can kind of be the value proposition and your target market for your business. Really easily explained. And then try to understand the context. Because this doesn't really mean anything if you don't understand what is driving the change or the need for change. What are the trends affecting us? And what is actually the choice that has been made? Because I don't think a lot are really that aware of what is the actual choice you're making. And bad strategy is also always, or usually a result of not actually making a choice, the initial choice of what we're going to do. But if you can see this, you can really help your leaders. Understand like what is the short-term goals? How is the success of the strategy measured? Tonje mentioned OKRs earlier. That's a way of measuring success. But when you have these things, it's about trying to imagine your role in this. Translating the position, the frames into your own context, where you are in the company. And try to find what tools can you apply? What are the skills that you have are the ones that you can apply? What are the blockers for you to actually help or to use this strategy to make choices? And I think that going through some of these things and translating the strategy to your own context, it's much easier to start to frame your ideas in this strategic context. And then it's really nice, a really good starting point to spark that creativity, to come up with the solutions or the business models that no one really thought that were possible, but framing it in a strategic context, then it makes sense suddenly. It makes sense. Why should we do this and not do that? Yes. But all in all, I think the main insight from this last decade of working with this is that technology, design, and strategy is basically just tools. And we use these tools to make strategy really, really difficult. But trying to kind of translate it to our own situation. We people who are actually the ones who create the value, we can use it to make real change. Yes. I think that's what I'm going to stop there. And if there's some questions or insights or feedback to the things we talked about, or if you still like, I thought I would learn how to understand strategy and I still have no clue. Now we have a little bit of time to dig into that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Anyone who wants to share any insights? No. Okay, then I would recommend to go outside and get some sun because it's like 5 minutes to lunch. And please, I would really, really appreciate if you have questions then or something that can help me in my future work with strategy, please come and see me. Okay, thank you very much. Have a nice lunch and day.
Okay. Are you guys ready? Thank you for coming to listen to us. We are going to talk about something incredibly complex sentences like driving transformation in technology, processes and governance for the National Road Database. We're going to try to make it a little bit more interesting and down to earth, but we have to start with the official name for the program. And this is me, senior advisor, and in this instance, explorer from my dream vacation 2 years ago. This is the Serengeti behind. This was a dream I had since I heard David Attenborough talk about Serengeti many years ago. And it's a good picture for me. I like doing new things, exploring. Like this. I've also jumped in a parachute and done other stuff like this. I don't do it often. I have done it once.
And my name is Malin. I've been at Variant Trondheim for a little over 5 years now, and the majority of that time I've been working in Norwegian Public Road Administration in various projects, and we're going to talk about one of them today. And I just wanted to say that these images kind of depict how Anders and I make a great team, actually, because Anders is the visionary, strategic, with the really broad perspectives. Really broad perspectives. So when he gets his head stuck up in the clouds, he can throw me off in the deep end, like finding the actual feasible stars down in the deep. Yeah, so that's us. Working with the Norwegian Public Road Administration, and we made quite a good team at establishing the program Digital Drivkraft, which is like translated to digital driving force, but that doesn't sound very good. And a few weeks after getting the green light at the NPRA for the program, the Director General Ingrid Hovland shared this expectation with me during a stakeholder interview. And to understand why this is an important expectation, it helps to know a little bit about the NPRA. So they're responsible for developing an efficient and accessible road system while ensuring that the transportation does not cause serious harm to people or the environment. And it's an administrative body under the Ministry of Transport and Communication, and its mission is to create a future-oriented transport system that improves mobility and traffic flow, reduces accidents, and supports the transition to a low-emission society. Now, the program Digital Drivkraft centers around the National Road Database. And this is Norway's central repository for road data. And it covers roads owned by the Ministry of Transport, the county authorities, and the municipalities. And managed by the NPRA, the database is the foundation of Norway's road network. It provides official data used for route planning, traffic flow analysis and road management, and even more things. And it ensures that the navigation systems have updated, for instance, speed limits to your car, and that emergency services can quickly navigate to accident sites, for instance. And the database contains vast amounts of data, most of which freely available for international and national use. The quote is from one person representing one of the many road authorities in Norway, but it's probably applicable to many other people involved in mobility and transportation sector in Norway. So now you know a little bit about the National Road Database. And in 2021, the NPRA faced mounting challenges with the database, much like a rush hour traffic jam. So the performance and stability issues made it difficult to support the needed changes in technology. The inconsistent data quality reduced usability and trust. The processes, expertise, and technical interfaces for data registration and retrieval needed improvement. The services and workflows were not sufficiently aligned with a user-centric approach. And the database was not designed to meet the demands of a future transport system. And these challenges, combined with NPRA's limited capacity to address them, were the main drivers behind the program Digital Drivkraft.
So to get this back on track to why we were there is they were in a situation where the needs were increasing. And as Malin mentioned, this is a really important cornerstone system in Norway. They call it the blue and red light units, the police, ambulances and stuff. They are dependent on this data. And all contractors that build the roads are dependent on this data. And they were in danger of this entire ecosystem collapsing. And this was what was facing them. They had no people, they had no money. They had gone from a situation where they had a large organization which were hired consultants, and they had implemented large changes which were politically motivated. And suddenly all the money stopped and they had no money to hire new employees. They were down to about 7 people and a minimal funding for a few consultants to drive the maintenance of the system. So they were in a really, really precarious solution. So they needed to do something drastic. So they called us. They had an idea. They knew a little bit about where they wanted to be. And working in the public sector, I'm going to ask quickly for a hand in the air. Have you worked in a large organization like the public sector or a large bank before and navigated these organizations? All of you have. So you know what I'm talking about. Change is not easy in these organizations. They needed something to change. They needed to get a steady flow of money. They needed to hire more people. And these things cannot be solved by one-time distribution of funds. So they needed something more fundamental. So they needed a digitization program. This is the way you do it in an organization like this, when you have to change both the organization and technical aspects at the same time. This crosses organizational units, and this is really, really difficult to manage. So they called me, they called Malin, because they had worked with us before, so we were in a high trust environment, and we knew how to navigate this organization. We knew the people from before, and they needed this capacity. So they contacted us. We got a flexible contract, which enabled them to hire us for a little money, which they found in other parts of the budget, to get things started. So this flexibility was key to laying the foundations for a success. So they had enough to get us started. And this picture is from one of the early workshops in which we discussed how we were going to approach this. So the thing we discussed were how we can set them up for success. They were in a situation with no money and no people. So a lot of the activities were about how to create capacity, how to get hold of funds, and how to break into the budgetary process. The budgetary process in this organization starts several years in advance. You have to report your needs years in advance, and more concretely, at least in February the year before. You have to tell the budgeting committees what you're going to spend and how much you're going to create of value with this money. And then you submit a scope in September, and the budgeting process proceeds until November. Then they are making a decision, and then it's reviewed again in February. So this is a continual loop, and you have to defend your money and your budgets at all instances. And there are a lot of competing initiatives. So you have to be prepared and make allies. You have to navigate the organization so you get supporters in other parts of the organization, because of all the initiatives, in this instance, there were only 3 that got funding. Of all of this National Public Road Administration, there were only 3 initiatives that got any money. And we succeeded in positioning the client to get a large part of all investment funds for this organization for years. And we did this by coaching them, working with them, and doing work for them. And one of the main things was we coached them to seize the initiative, grab the attention. They had to be bold. In an organization where boldness are often not rewarded, we had to make them take the initiative. We had to make them think big enough. They were discussing if they could squeeze the budget lower to make the probability of getting the money higher. And we said the opposite. You have to ask for more. You have to make them believe that this is a large thing. And we told them to aim for attention. The director, we had to get her attention to this. And we told them about the power of definition. You have to set the agenda. Don't let the competing initiatives define the language, define the vocabulary, or set the agenda. You have to talk about what you want to achieve. Don't wait for others to do it for you. And this was hard for them to do because the organizational structures doesn't really enable you to do this in an easy manner. So these were 4 key things that we did. And because of this, they got a positive decision, which enabled us and then Malin to start the program. So a lot of the work was before the program could start. And most people, when they think about a program like this, they think about how it is after it has started. But all that we did, the most valuable part we did, was before the program started.
Yeah, and the program started in 2022, which was an exciting yet demanding period for the program, and we needed to get it off to a strong start. But the key decision makers hired in NPRA already had their full workloads, making it really unrealistic for them to take on the major program alongside their daily responsibilities. So I was functioning as the acting program or supporting program lead, and I could help them identify, define, and execute key early stage initiatives for the program by providing both my capacity and my management knowledge, or my craft, if you will. And we organized the program, and I can see there are some designers in the room. A simple yet crucial factor in gaining the attention that Anders was talking about was having a graphic designer on the team. At the time, there were multiple strategic programs running in parallel, and we couldn't afford to be overlooked in any decision processes. So by bringing in Hilda from Variant, we ensured that the program's visual identity was strong and professional. And another key success factor was structuring the team correctly. We could recognize that the different types of change required different types of leadership styles. So a decisive moment for the program was when we hired a correct manager to lead the technical improvement part of the program. And this role has been and continues to be a crucial and critical part of the program's success. And this part of the program has been managed in Prince2 principles. And that person is one of our key takeaways from today, because at the core of everything we do are the people that we are here to support.
This is also one of the key learnings we discovered on the way, that in Variant, our strategy is focusing on the correct people. Having the right people at the right time is our strategy. And we use this in the program as well. We talk about large numbers, we talk about a big project, many millions, and a large organization. But it was these people that were key to the change. By focusing on the people and enabling them to do their job, that was the strategy of the program. And this is a nice alignment for us as consultants as well, coming in and working with these people and realizing that our job is about enabling them to do a good job. So people can be a strategy, both for us as a company, but also in our projects. This worked really well for us.
And the program grew around these key players in the NPRA. And early in 2022, we really underestimated how big of a program it was going to be. So the image is quite representative, in fact. So over its 2.5-year duration, the program has had a total budget of around 200 million Norwegian kroner. More than 50 people have been directly involved. Most of them are hired consultants, but many of the crucial roles are from employees of the NPRA. And the total estimated benefit from 2026 to 2030 directly from the program is 769 million Norwegian kroner. But there are always lessons to be learned. And two of my key takeaways from managing Digital Drivkraft is the fact that you cannot underestimate, or you need to be prepared for the diverging ambitions within a program like this. The database is a vital component in so many processes, but it's also a really complex database with around 20 related products. And a program of this scale naturally triggers different ambitions and motivations, both within the team, but also among our key stakeholders. Another key takeaway was that we actually, in hindsight, it's easy to see that we overestimated the organization's ability to handle the change. So some of our early ambitions are still not fully realized. It's not because the program has failed. It has adapted to what the NPRA has needed it to be. But despite this, the Digital Drivkraft has fostered a greater willingness to change within the NPRA.
And one of the key takeaways is one of the main stakeholders and owners of the project. They have gotten a sense of direction, and they have been able to establish a product-oriented organization. They have 3 product owners, they have several more employees, they have a steady funding that is not dependent on yearly distributions anymore. So in his eyes, he cares most about the people close to him. This has been a big success. And that's a key takeaway for us as well. Being able to build this organization around him was a great success.
And also how the program has elevated the visibility and the recognition of the National Road Database and its associated products and processes. It's going to be instrumental in the future development of the intelligent transport systems and increasing the value of our physical infrastructure, as you remember Ingrid expected us to accomplish. So in 2020, even within the NPRA, many were unaware how crucial the road database was for tasks like route planning. But today, this is widely recognized, and it's an obvious fact rather than something that needs to be explained everywhere you go. And that's a major success from the program. And our last quote is from one of our dear colleagues at NPRA, Per. You could imagine the National Road Database being the airplane, and all the data and the products and the processes and the people working with these data and being totally dependent on them are the passengers. And he said that we needed to replace the engines mid-flight without even disrupting any passengers. And we did.
Thank you.
Nu ska vi se då, ska jag försöka röra den
Okay.
här datorn lite också.
Hello, everyone. And hello, streamers up there.
Are we good to go?
Yes, we have
Yeah.
a thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Perfect.
Lovely. Hi everyone, nice to see you all. In this session we will talk about this, how we can use customer journeys as a strategic tool and how we can use it to drive real business results.
Yes.
So, but first, who are we?
Exactly.
Yeah.
My name is Lisa Hansen. I work at Variant as a strategic designer. And
Yeah.
who are you?
And I am Stina. I am design director at Länsförsäkringar. So, yeah. And we have been working together before.
Yes, quite some time. No, but a few years.
Yeah.
At first at Schibsted and then in an assignment at Länsförsäkringar.
Exactly.
And there we cooperated around just business critical user journeys.
Yeah.
And how to have it as a strategic tool and to make impact, and also through leadership down to product development teams.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone can work with them. But first, we have some questions to you. How many of you have worked with customer journeys before? Please raise your hand. Yeah.
Good. A lot of
And
you.
how many thought they were valuable to work with? Ah, good. And did some of you found them difficult to work with? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All of you. It took a while, but you were some good.
That's good. But then just to begin with, we start to what this session is all about, what we'll talk about. So first we will talk about how do we turn customer journeys into decision-making tools that we can use across teams. We will also talk about how you can combine customer insights, business data, and behavior analytics to sharpen the strategy. And also how you can clear ownership and alignment, so you can translate them into measurable outcomes. And also, importantly, how do you break down silos and really create a common language for everyone to use between design, business, and product? Yeah.
But what is a customer journey then?
Yeah, what is it? You wonder, right? No. No, but it is a visual map of how a user goes through a flow. And we can always see like where they begin and when it starts, and how does the customer perceive this journey? Does it work well, or do we see places where we need improvement in the journey? But just to begin, it's important to set the clear scope of the journey, so you don't, because customer journeys can be everything, right? Can be huge things. So start with setting a clear scope with a clear beginning and a clear end of your journey, so it's easier to work with them. So let's deep a little deeper in the journey we made. One of them. In this, you don't see anything, but this is the journey we have done, or the framework, and this is about car insurance, how you buy a car insurance. So we have chosen the journey where the user clicks buy until it receives a message of now you have a car insurance. So it's a digital buying journey that we have figured out. But we also discovered when we did this job that there were many people that wasn't aware of this full picture, and that key decisions were taken elsewhere without having this knowledge. So, but also just remember, when we show some more details of this, we have added fictive numbers to this map, so you know.
Yeah, let's dive into it a bit deeper and simplify a little. So this is the first steps that we add. We add the steps, of course. We name the steps. We also add user needs on every step. You can't see that here, but we do. Then you go through the different interactions the user go through, and also the feelings while doing so. We have also added in the background the conversion flow to show where people or users drop off, and also how they navigate through the process. And if conversion says where something happens, comments and feedback say often why.
Yeah.
So with the feedback, we add that to this user journey. With the blue one is positive, and we need to keep an eye on those, of course, as well. And the red ones are pain points or things we need to change. We also add OKRs and metrics for everyone to follow, so we keep the line we have set out to go to. And all these together combining gives us the opportunities, and we have added those in the green arrows. These are opportunities that we not yet have gotten the right prioritization, so we have not done them yet. But they are there for everyone to observe and be a part of. And of course, in these big organizations, we also need to have the team complexity and show that to the organization. So we have also added team responsible for some parts of the journey and also who's accountable. And they are plenty, and they vary throughout the steps as well. So it's sometimes hard to get the job done, and we need to show that to the organization. And the next step is having a visual representation there. We need to show every step of the way, because usually we think about the happy flow, and that's not right for everyone. It's different flows where the users come to that we don't really have in aspect talking about it. So those are really good to add as well. Yes, all together it creates a kind of great framework, we think. But still there's something missing.
What can that be?
What can that be?
Yeah, what really makes it a strategic tool then? We noticed that without the business data, it was just people didn't pay attention to the journey. It was just another, designy thing lying around in Figma somewhere. So, but by incorporating the business data, we created a common language that clearly connects the customer value with the business goals. So that's really powerful. It only makes it relevant to everyone. It also motivates the team and empower decision making and increases the impact in the organization. So, for example, we looked at if you really increase just 1% in the journey, what kind of increase in revenue per year would that be? And everyone was like, woo, what if we, I know, there's a lot of potential here. Why aren't we focusing on this in the organization, in our work? And we also added the conversion flow, as Lisa talked about. We also, in every step, how many losers did we lose, the drop-off? And this also connects deeply with the business perspective. So everyone like, oh, why did 50% of the users drop off here? Well, let's find out, right? So, yeah, that was powerful. And in the end, it's all about speaking the same language. How do we get everyone on board on the same view? How do we see real growth and improvement together? And we need to act on it. And what if we actually improve 2%? What does that mean for our business and for our users?
Mm-hmm. And here we have it all together. We have focused on the present state, and we have talked a bit about the center part, but let's dive into the right side, the business part. And as Stina told us, we had how much we gain in 1% for the company if we push them in conversion. And here we look at the total revenue of the company in the market. And we go through the domain, how much the domain has revenue, down to the product, how much revenue do the product have, to get the effect we want. And also we look at the distribution of the revenue in each channel, and also how it trends. Is it going up or down, to make decisions with that. There's a lot of things in the business perspective we can go through, but we will only lift a few.
Yeah.
But one is also to show the next best offer. What offers our product combined well together? So, for example, we have home insurance together with car insurance. We know that those sell good together or often somewhere close to each other. And we also have car insurance that lean to buying a car insurance. So that's good to know when we do changes in the service. And then we also have the customer ethics score that measures how easy it is for to go through the whole flow. So we get the percentage of that. But this will only touch the ones who receive to the confirmation page. But we need to have that in mind as well. We need to have a look at those numbers so they don't change. Yes, and we talked about the conversion and how we added that. Here we have the total conversion of the flow, but we have also added in the visual aspect. Can change slide.
Yes.
You don't see much, but that's because you shouldn't. No, but we
You
have
just imagine.
imagine. We have the open pages. We also have added the inlogged pages. It's the same flow, but you're identified or not. We have also looked at the desktop version and the mobile version, and we have added the conversion bubbles also in those. So we can see trends, we can look at patterns, and how we can really make a better user journey for all the path the user takes. And then we have to the right, because these can be a bit overwhelming, but we also have added what we in the closest team and the people closest to the product have discovered. So we have our key takeaways. We add that for all the users to see what we have observed, also unanswered questions we have, so everyone can get on board and contribute to making a better product.
Yeah. So why do you think it's a good idea to work with this customer journey this way? I think we see 3 central reasons. One is that they help us achieve more efficient decision making. It really helps the organization to focus on solving the issues that really drives the biggest impact. And it also helps us get more customer-centered development. It means that we are really guided by real customer insight rather than internal assumption that people have in the company. It also gives us all a common path forward, since we have this shared language, you have this shared view. So everyone, it's an easy way to get everyone on board on where we're heading and why are we focusing on this and not this, for example. So it's the way forward for the team and the organization. So it's all about prioritization. So we need to prioritize hard and what actually makes the most impact, and we need to align on that. It's good for our users and it's good for our business. So it's a sure win-win for everyone. Yeah, but still we have some challenges, of course, with the user journey work. It could be too static. It's like when you take a photo, it's just this view right now, how it is. And it could be complex and overwhelming doing it. You need to dig deep in some data, and as soon as it's created, it's outdated, right? So, and it's hard to capture everything. And it's only focuses on the present state, not the future state. But how do we meet those challenges, Lisa?
Yes, we have tried to mitigate those, of course. And we have decided what team should update this user journey and when. We decided to do that every 3rd month, because we're in SAFE, PA planning. After that, what have happened, and try to update it. And maybe to switch down to the 3rd one, that of course there are metrics we should maybe follow more closely. But then we have this analytic dashboard where we have the analytic part, the numbers we are looking at, to find out what's happened if we need to have a closer look every day, depending on what happened. And when it comes to complexity, the company, Länsförsäkringar, has done this template. So we get to learn it together, we evolve it, we understand how to navigate in it. So we think that could be a win for us. When it's hard to capture, and as we talked about before, you need to limit the scope. We start with something and then we build on to that. You can do before, you can do under or after, and we have narrowed it down to under for this part, but you can also, of course, add on and do the others. And it focuses on the present, but we need to know where we are today to know how we can go forward and also see where the problems are. But of course, it's good to have a future state. Where do we want to be? A vision or a strategy forward?
But now over to some tips and trick. How can we get you all started working with this if you haven't? So we're going step by step and see. First, please use the framework. We can share it. It's a template in Figma for everyone to use. And just modify it to fit your needs, what you think it's valuable for you and your company. We have some suggestions, as you see, like Lisa told us how it is. But just feel free to swap it around. And the most important is it being used, right? And use the building blocks. Gather feedback from, collect the feedback you have and the data you have, because normally we have a lot of data, right? We just need to bring it together and get the shared view. So think broadly, like you can have app reviews, you can have user interviews, you can have other feedback loops, maybe you have surveys on your product or everything. Collect it, add the behavioral data, add the user data, and also the conversion funnel, business data, and visual example. So then you have it like a box. And yeah.
Yeah, and business data maybe can be hard, but we all have a business owner, so talk to that person. Or if he or she doesn't know the numbers, then he knows who to talk to, so that's good. But we need to find out how much 1% increase in conversion can give a gain for the company. Then we can talk numbers. Finally, we can talk the same language as the business side.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's not just a designy thing. But then we have the total revenue down to the product revenue and the distribution of the different channels, how much the revenue is in each. And of course, it's not the exact number, but we don't need that. We just need something to say, if we push 1%, it can give us 5 million, 20 million, I don't know. But it's a good bargain, then we can negotiate.
Yeah, and again, like it really helps us prioritize the initiatives with the greatest impact. We need to, I think that's a really hard one for companies or to do that, and this is a great help to guide the organization to make active decisions on this.
Yes, and you have everything now, all the data in, and when you start to use it, test it, validate it, you will also see that you can maybe have some data you're missing. Then you will fill those in, get those gaps, and do that continuously. Test on users, of course.
Yeah. So, hope you all have learned a bit how to turn your customer journey maps into decision-making tools that you can use. For example, we have decided to follow these mappings in the Landstrategier from the top leadership teams now to help them prioritize and understand the full picture. So that's a good thing, I think.
Hope you learned how to combine the customer insights with business data and behavioral analytics. One example is with our analytic team, they said, finally we have a tool where we can show people in the organization how this flow really looks like, instead of we trying to map it up and try to explain what happens when people fall out, in which step they do. So it's good for a lot of people.
Yeah. And we also help ensure clear ownership and alignment. So yeah, so therefore it leads to measurable outcomes as well. So it's easy to set the target and the measurements of how do we measure success. So that's also important. Yeah. So
yeah, and as Christine said,
yes,
write it down. Strategy without execution is just wishful thinking.
Yeah. Because customer journeys should be tools, not decorations.
And because true impact comes from alignment, not just ideas.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Please reach out if you have questions or if you want to discuss this further with us, and we will or share the template, right?
and
future.
improve it. We
And
want to
improve it.
learn even more. So do you have any ideas how to improve it even better? Then
Yeah.
let's have a fika.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? All right. Let's get started. Welcome to my lightning talk called From Necessity to Opportunity and Universal Design as a Product Strategy. My name is Marius. That's me. And I'm a developer turned product manager, and I work as a product manager consultant at Variant. After 10 years as a developer, I realized that I was better with people than I was with code. But that's a story for another time. The first time I heard about universal design was back in 2015, when I attended a course to try to get the knowledge to help businesses try to understand universal design that the government had made regulations for. And over the last 10 years, I've seen countless approaches to universal design in product development and the lack of. And there are several excuses for why they don't do that. And it's usually about money. And I'm here to tell you that it doesn't have to be that way and that it's not entirely true. And just to give away a key point in this presentation up front, I'm here to tell you that you don't have to be ashamed to use increased earnings as an argument for increased universal design. Some people only speak the language of money, and sometimes it's a creative way to get through with your initiatives. Here's a graph. Everyone loves graphs. Can anyone guess what this represents? Forget that, we don't have time for that. Let's save the quiz for later. These, the pink one is people with no disabilities. The green one is people with disabilities, 15%. There are about 8.2 billion people in the world. That means that there are 1.23 billion people with disabilities. Let's look at an even larger number. That's 1 out of 7 people. And that's a lot of potential users and customers that might not be included in your product strategy. Let's look at a couple of companies that have actually taken accessibility and universal design and put it at its core of its product strategy. Apple and NRK. Apple has made an incredible effort to make their features and products with universal design in mind. Some of the features are so brilliantly designed that some might even have forgotten that it started as a feature for accessibility. Like the double pinch for the Apple Watch, for instance. They have the best screen reader that an operating system can offer, and their latest update to the AirPods Pro turned it into a hearing aid. And that's kind of cool. Apple is a privately owned company, and since business is always about money, they have certainly understood that universal design can increase their revenue. This is NRK. They are in an entirely different situation because NRK is Norway's national broadcaster, and one of the missions that they have received from the Norwegian government is to reach as many people as possible with their content. And as a result of that, they have put universal design at the core of their all the content that they create for people. So how can we include universal design in the product development process? Well, as I already mentioned with NRK, if we put universal design at a core value of our product or our company, it would be pretty easy because we will always follow our core values, right? The second and also a very effective way is to include universal design as a requirement in the requirement specification. If you have a requirement for universal design in your acceptance criteria, you will always make sure that you follow the acceptance criteria and make sure to always build things with universal design in mind. Focus on diversity in the design phase. That's something that's easy forgotten. By including different people with different disabilities and other groups that also should be included in your design and discovery phase, you will be able to discover better products and solutions for everyone. And this is maybe not that simple for everyone, but make everyone accountable. Everyone is accountable for universal design at the company, all the way from the CEO to the designers and the developers. And if everyone feel an ownership, everyone will contribute at their level. Also make universal design as part of your KPIs or your OKRs or other success management tools. That way you will always hold yourself accountable, and you can also measure your progress. And please use the strength of the agile process that you're following, continuously making things better. Things don't have to be perfect the first time around. Just make sure to make it better over time. And make sure you also develop the competence within the team so everyone knows how they can contribute to increased universal design for everyone. And last but not least, please make it an early integration. Research has shown that if you wait until the end of you think your product is finished, it will increase the cost by 5 times. And if that's not a good argument, I don't know what is. So make sure to start with it from the start. I just want to quickly run you through some of my thoughts about the future for universal design in product development. We will get more AI and automation within product development. And we will get enhanced screen readers, we will get better speech-to-text functionality, and we will also see more image-to-speech features being developed, and they will become even better over time. We will see new ways to include universal design in new ways in new products. Imagine how much better our VR and AR headsets will become. And try to imagine a person with a physical disability with a VR headset and everything that can be available for them if we make things within that space. And AR glasses, for instance, for people with cognitive disabilities. Let's imagine people with a cognitive disability going to the store with AR glasses, and you can constantly remind them why they're there and what they should bring home. It sounds amazing. And at some point, this universal design will not be only an ethical responsibility, it will be a demand globally. So we should also have that in mind. And last but not least, AI will become smarter and smarter. And that means that everyone will have customized experiences. Products in the future will be able to automatically adapt to the users that uses it. So before my time is up, I will quickly summarize this for you. Remember that business is always, in some way, about money. So don't be shy about using increased revenue as an argument for universal design. Integrate universal design into the discovery phase of your product as soon as possible. And universal design doesn't have to be more expensive, as long as you start early. So don't let universal design become an afterthought. And last but not least, universal design is an opportunity. It's not a burden. So let's get started. Thank you.
All right. Was it a great pause? I guess. So, stories, build products, align team, and drive strategy. All right, so how will you step into the story? This is me, Andrea. I met you at a garden party in Arendal, Arendals Week, eller Almedalsveckan, that the Swedes started, and now I'm here. I know 3 people here. I think everyone is here, actually. I guess you know a bit more of the people that are here, and I guess that you have a goal to maybe get to know a bit more of the ones that you know, but a little bit more of the ones that you haven't met yet. And you on the streaming side, you have to figure out something for networking today. All right. I work with people who work with people and helping people lead, sell, and grow with clarity and care. And what's that? That we can take afterwards. But here, I just want you to remember 2 things. And that is storytelling is about what people don't know yet. And remember that assumptions are the mother of all fuck-ups. And actually that's being said by Mia Tornblom or something. She's actually from Stockholm. I had to check her out on Wikipedia. So she is 57 years, 10th of May this year. So then you know that. And I normally live here at Hadeland. And in Norway at least, and I guess also in Sweden, mostly just farmers and monarchs who actually swap homes and jobs with each other. All of you, as you can decide a couple of times during your life. And we're kind of stuck with our family's decisions and relations, conflicts, agreements, and different kinds of things. So in 1878, Anne and Iver bought this farm at Hadeland. And I don't know what you see here, but I guess that you can't guess that a little boy who is, I'm here to help you, Siri says here. Thank you. So what you don't know, I guess, is that my son, who is living together with us, obviously, he's now 6 years old, and he started his life with 444 grams. That's not much. I actually used to say that I have 2 kids. One was born at 805 grams, and then people are just, oh, that's not much. And then I say 444 grams was the second one. So just to inform you, I stopped making people. Because they tend to kind of lowering a bit too much every time I make them. So this is my last son. But you also cannot see here what we are producing. But the last thing that we were producing and kind of told the world about was happening in this room. And actually, my little son is living there. But what is happening here is that Kongsberg Gruppen, do you know what that is? Those who are working on emerging technologies. And one of the guys working as a technologist in that office, he is working on technologies that we haven't started using yet, at least not on farms. So then the ecosystem surrounding quantum technology was a report that Kongsberg released in January, made at our farm. Typical farming activity, I guess you would say. So, what does this have to do with anything here? Maybe nothing, but that was my introduction. And there's some method, and David started today with questioning, why are you here? And why are you coming here to learn? And I know that Variant is just a perfectly made consultancy firm with professional playfulness. And you have obliged to all of you being enjoyed or enjoying learning. But learning is quite difficult. And also, what David said, that inspirational talks are really shortly and seldomly something you can take with you, because you're not exactly knowing what did this make me feel. Why was I inspired? Why was I learning something? Or am I able to use it next week, for example? And that should be the thing. What can you do on Monday? I guess Monday will be a bit too hard, but maybe on Wednesday, Thursday next week, you are maybe able to do something about the methods you are inspired to get into today. So, how can you use it? If you're starting with, for example, the S, start with the stakeholders. I guess that you are working with different kind of projects, you will call it. But I know that you are talking about it as oppdrag, and that's a great thought, I think, that you are there to do an assignment. Maybe for weeks, maybe hours, maybe years, who knows? Maybe you don't know. Maybe the ones that are making the products you're using or starting to producing, they don't know either. And maybe they set a strategy like, we're going to make 10 billions, blah, 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 blah. Forget all about that on the frames, but try to name them. Name the different kind of stakeholders and make them real for you in your way of working. And what do they feel? I guess you have been to a lot of sessions where we're talking about personas, but then you're making assumptions that maybe aren't real. So, yeah, you can decide what you're doing with that, but try to make them a bit more real and ask questions. And what do they need? What kind of needs are you trying to make a solution in that gap that was the start of the assignment? So, if your story doesn't start with someone specific yet, it won't land anywhere specific, it says. And I don't remember your name, but you were from another project earlier today, and you said almost the same. So I guess this is correct. Do you know your stakeholders? Are you together with them often? Are you the stakeholder, maybe? Think about it. And then talk about the tension. What kind of friction are you meeting? Maybe you are meeting it. Maybe the stakeholders, maybe the users, maybe the users. And is there any real-life constraints? For example, yesterday, I landed at Arlanda, and I always thought that Arlanda must be a really nice, cool, fresh airport. But then I actually had to wait for my luggage for 1 hour, and I couldn't see anywhere to charge my phone. And I just saw the last episode of White Lotus, and then I stood there, okay, I don't have any more battery left to buy a ticket for Arlanda Express. Yeah, you know. And the thing is, the real life constraints is I need to charge my phone. That's quite easy. But it's totally impossible if you don't have something to put your connection to it, right? And the thing is, don't gloss over it. Try to use the words that actually are the user's real-life constraints. You don't have to make it really, really, really strategic, for example. Sometimes the simple thing is actually the best. So, outline the opportunity. So what could change if you actually got this right? I know that many of you are working on making solutions that are going to make an impact. But what type of impact? Is it social? Is it personal? Is it for the society? Do we know what the opportunity is at the moment? Is it possible to talk about the disruption that you're going to make, maybe? I don't know. Think about it. And describe the potential impact. Sometimes the user are really obvious. I'm not going to say something about Viagra, but I guess that you know that it wasn't made for the solution that it's solving today. What about the team? The team who is making it. Is it meaningful? And what is meaning? Then we're going back to when we had philosophy at the university, for example. I think that we got philosophy in our time schedule a bit too early in life. And we should read it again. What about the business? The business for the consultancy firm, or the business for actually the business that you are working for at the moment? And also the world. When you're going to build the stories, don't try to make a story that functions for any type of audience. Think about who is this perfect for now, because people are actually different. People are actually having preferences, and sometimes people don't care about what you care about. And then reveal the reasoning. But yeah, you should take a photo, and you should also try to go back to this a couple of times during a month, for example. Or when you're planning team stand-up. Or maybe you're having a onboarding session with a new person on the team. Maybe you're having an interview, for example, with a new person. And when you're going to make some priorities, go back to this. What are the biggest goals? Not gold. Goal, of course. But can you also put some gold around the goal? What's the best thing about what we are planning and what we are making and what we are creating, and obviously co-creating, because you're making things together with others, and that's the hard thing. And I know it's really obvious to say that strategy becomes real when people understand the why behind the work. And that's easy to say, but I think that you should remember the name of the conference. It's called Refill. Refill on these stories to make it relevant, to make it something that people can remember, and to make it real. And the refill could be, you can put other things up in it, but you also have to put the same things that you did in the start, because there are new people in, and they weren't there when you were starting the whole process. And that's so difficult, because engagement, that starts with something in the start, and then if someone is leaving the projects or the assignment or the team, something's gone. I think also you can Google the words tacit knowledge. In Norway, we call it taus kunnskap. And that's the things that you know, but it's not written anywhere. It's impossible to go back in the documents, maybe. You have to talk to someone. And then you have to arrange for some meetings if you are going to leave this assignment. And I'm going to go into that team. I need to have some time with you. Even though maybe you have really bad relations with the manager somewhere, don't think about that part. Just try to pick me into your story and pick me into what are the constraints, what are the possibilities, what are the conflicts, because there's so many things laying in around the strategy and the way the products are explained. But then you go into this interpersonal conflicts, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, just to try to figure out what to deliver. It's not just the obvious things. All right. How can others act on this? Show how the story invites contribution and ownership as, and then make space for the co-creation. How is that possible? Make space for others and try to do something I'm really bad at. Shut up. Be quiet. Be curious. And give them words that they can carry the story further on. So, one moment of lived experience, shared together with the right metaphor at the right time, and the whole roadmap became more human. It's like a poem, or it's like some business chit-chat, but I think there's something here that you can use. And now I only have 1 minute left in the written down timeline, but I was actually given 10 more minutes. So either I'm just leaving now, or I can stay here. If you want to go, go. But if you have some cases that we can talk about, please share it with me, if you want us to use the 10 minutes left. Anyone having a case that, or do you actually have or if someone asks you, can we be better at storytelling? Can we make some more content? Can we be a bit more relevant? What are you working on? No, oh, there. Yeah, that's the professional whispering game. Yes, actually, you can just say it here.
What are the dangers about using storytelling?
Yeah. So the professional whisper game. I'm whispering something to you, and you are whispering it to her. And how many steps are we before it's a new story, it's a wrong story, anything? And then this is going back to, I guess, documentation. And also making sure when you are giving that presentation, for example, this is really hard. Maybe you can make kind of, this is a version of it, or it's a variant of what you are talking about. That was not the perfect question. That was a perfect question with a not perfect answer. But I think documentation and making it relevant in a specific area. This was told at that time, in this version of the product, before this this prioritizing process we're doing, for example. It's important to make a photo of where the products are at the time you are talking about it. Was that a bit clear? Maybe? Someone else? No? Then I think that words you can Google that I didn't have time to talk about: tacit knowledge, sense making. What makes sense? This thing are taking up a lot of space. Why is this relevant? Does it make sense? Why are we doing it? And also personal preferences. I work a lot with teams and individuals that want to get to know themselves. And then it's also quite connected with the people's habits, and also back to the sense-making part of what about the strategy? Is it some mismatch here? And what are the typical metaphors? Are the metaphors that you're using suitable? Can you switch those? And also, how many minutes can a human being be focused? For example, now, after this long day, would it be different to talk about these questions if it was in the start of the day? Try to remember that as well. Also, together with preferences and habits. When you're meeting in a team, have you decided on making the time slot for the stand-up, for example, in the morning? Is the morning the best time of the day, for example? And also, the storytelling is how craftsmanship scales, and it's how skill becomes shared. Try to find your way of that. Is it PowerPoints? Is it lectures? Is it small talk? Is it big talk? Yeah. I think I'll just leave you to it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andreas, and today I will talk to you about something that I'm quite passionate about and might turn up rambling a bit more than I expect to, so stay with me. But it's the topic of digital product development, more specifically the use of MVPs, or minimum viable products. I will share with you a framework that I've created based on my many years of experience creating MVPs. And this framework basically reflects my own struggles, best trying to guide myself and my team in delivering digital products with an actual impact. But before I get started, I just want to get a feel of the room, who I'm speaking to today. So how many of you are familiar with the concept of MVP? Could we do a... Oh, perfect. That's everyone. Okay. Let's dig a bit deeper. How many of you have actual hands-on experiencing developing a MVP? A bit fewer, but still impressively many. And lastly, those of you with actual experience, how many of you have experienced your MVP continuously growing in scope and growing before ever getting released? Very good. I'm excited about that because that means we have something to talk about today. Because so have I. I'm a big believer in the concept of MVPs and the benefits those working with MVPs can have for organizations. However, I see the term constantly being misused and misinterpreted, causing many developers and designers, even product people, to have a sour taste in their mouth when they say MVP. Smile if you have heard these comments before. It's unfortunate, but MVP are often misused for product managers or super evil stakeholders, as many people look at them as a way to squeeze even more functionality out of their developers. Maybe it's a way of just dropping the design thingy. It's not need. We are just going to create a small little version of something. We don't need design. This is a problem because this misconception are actually hindering a lot of people of using a very beneficial method. Another problem is the overly focus on functionality. Because functionality is, of course, what makes up our products. Yet, by itself, functionality doesn't frame or create boundaries of a product. And I believe this to be is because the same functionality can be used in multiple use cases, which, again, not a problem there. You create a more flexible product. However, it will make creating boundaries even harder because this easily spirals out of control, keeping you to increase your scope constantly, just a tad bit more functionality, and we can finally release to a new user group. People will be even more happy with our product, and the team no longer remember what you initially set out to create. Another problem with functionality is that it's awesome to create a functional demo of something, which, again, it's quite beneficiary. You can create an experiment proving that you can actually solve a task or create something, specifically if your systems are quite complex. However, proving that you can create something is not the same as proving that somebody would like to use your product. It doesn't prove that the product have meet real market needs, which is why when we talk about MVPs, we typically talk about a secluded product. We create a limited yet complete product that answers on all the different steps on the product pyramid. So, of course, it has to be functional. It has to help the users complete their tasks, but it doesn't have to have all the future functionality just yet. It has to be stable. It has to be reliable for the users so that they can trust it and rely on it in their work process. It has to be usable, not only as a preference, but it has to be accessible for your users, so that they won't stop using it initially after a while. And if somebody here heard Vegas talk earlier, it has to speak to the irrational brain of humans. It has to be desirable. Desirability is what often makes us change or convert from using one product to another. It's usually hard to explain why we prefer it. It's that tiny bit of quality that makes us prefer one solution to the other. And as a term, minimum viable product, to my knowledge at least, it was first mentioned by Eric Ries, who created the lean startup methodology. And the whole point is, as we said, to create what is necessary, the minimum and necessary solution, to test it with in a real market with real users. And the goal is to gather feedback and to iterate, which many people forget. You're supposed to iterate on it. And to succeed with that, we have to make what is sufficient enough for early users to complete their tasks, and for the creator to test whether the product is actually generating the effect that you would like to gain as an organization. It has to be viable, both to implement and use in a real-world scenario, not in a constructed, fictive use case. And it has to be possible to develop within your existing boundaries or with your existing funds. And lastly, it has to be tangible. Back to the desirability part, it has to be something that both the user and the creator can actually talk about, wish for, and I usually say touch. And even though MVP were something originally from the startup world, I believe it's equally beneficial for a large public actor, because you might say that startups are really challenged in regards to, for example, funding. They can only live for a couple of years before having to shut down. I would say the same goes for public departments, as for my understanding in Norway at least. We live in an ever more competitive market where all initiatives are constantly competing for funding. We are facing greater societal changes, which means that we have to use our time where it actually matters. And it's much easier to create digital products. It's not a competitive advantage being able to create something. We have to prove that it actually works. And we have to focus on creating solutions that meet market needs, generate values to both the user and the creator, and justify the development costs, to avoid ending up in a situation like this, where you have created a nice chassis, but nobody can use this to anything. Or you could maybe be creative and hang your coat here or something, but it's a pretty expensive coat hanger. So hopefully this sounds like a given, right? Of course we should work this way. Why doesn't everybody build MVPs? It has some challenges. Many times when you are starting to create a new MVP, you also set together a new team, right? And that team has to go through the different forming, storming, and norming phases. However, when you use MVP as a methodology, you're saying that you want to explore something quickly, meaning you put a lot of strain on your team. And I was at a lovely conference, talk on the Yggdrasil conference earlier, where Målfrid Ågotnes showed these different stress personas. She basically described why different personas perceive the same tasks as completely different. So, for example, if you are establishing a team and you have Accurate Alex, which is a overly perfectionist, work together with the Bright Robin, who is a idealist, you might have to get these people to work pretty good together within a stressful environment of MVPs. And it's also the matter of which task you are actually using the MVP towards, because MVPs are very good if you are entering a new market, something you have never done before. However, it might cause you to take up on technical depth, right? So if you know your market very well, it's not necessarily the right solution. You might not have to stress about scoping everything down this much to create. You could do it in regular, continuous development. And also, if the task you're building is not a product, it's just a part of a larger thing, it might be a bit weird to use the MVP mindset or framework towards these tasks. But let's say that you are planning on starting an MVP, you have a product idea. How can you use the MVP canvas to help you define that product? And equally important, what is not supposed to be within the scope of your MVP? The framework consists of 3 exercises. First of all, we have to clarify what the product actually is going to be. We have to clarify what the product is, who is for, and which kind of value it will create. Then we will specify which task the MVP is going to solve and which user tasks can be solved later. And then we have to plan for actually releasing the product, which put a lot of stress on designers and developers, because choosing to use MVP as a solution on creating products actually means that you have to test your solution as soon as you're able. You have to, the whole methodology is made to give the team insights for the organization so that you're able to pivot or iterate on your product idea. Also, to succeed with this, you will need to do some work beforehand. You have to know something about your users, about your organizations. You have to be able to describe who your target audience is, what the domain is, which constraints it has, and also which values your organizations are searching to accomplish. And also, I would recommend doing this before you actually start the design and development phase, because once you have started the design and development, you have this tendency of just searching confirmation on your pre-existing ideas. Let's dig a bit deeper into these exercises. The first one might seem simple. It's all about answering what we are building, who we are building it for, and why we are building it. And you might think, well, those are quite simple questions. I hear you, I feel you, I think so as well. However, I have never asked the team these 3 questions and gotten the same 3 answers from that team, which might sound weird, but based on our different occupations, experiences, and understandings of our tasks, we might see the product we're building different. And this is quite important to get right when working with an MVP, because we are coming together to find the tiniest part of a product. There's not a lot of wiggle room in regards to understanding each other. We had to drag in the same direction. And just to show you how we filled out this canvas, I will use a project of mine that I did for the Norwegian road authorities in regards to traffic safety audits. If I say something wrong in regards to traffic safety audits, I'm so sorry. I've never translated it to English before, but bear with me. And just a quick introduction to what a traffic safety audit is and the project. This was the team that I was working with. I worked as the designer, and I had a lot of different very good developers and project management with us. But what's most interesting with the team connection is these 3 people here representing the domain side. These are traffic auditors that helped us create the MVP. And when we were starting to look at traffic safety audits, we had to understand what is this process. And you're not meant to be able to read this. Look at this at black and gray boxes. That's enough. Traffic safety audits, this is a simple view of the process. It starts with planning where you need to do the audits. Do you have any areas where there have been multiple injuries? Going over to actually ordering an audit, finding people who can do it, performing or doing the audit, writing a report, delivering that report, following up the report. As you can see, it's quite a huge process. And our team didn't have a lot of funds. I can't remember exactly, but I asked my project manager early in the project, and this was in February, how long are we working on this for? Well, about autumn, so you don't have a full year. And this, I promise you, it takes a couple of years to digitize and create solutions for everything here. So what we had to do was kind of break down the task, right? There is no need in creating a planning tool if you can't deliver these other components. And there is no need to create a follow-up tool if you can't get the audits done right in the first place. So you can see here, we wrote bra sted å starte, which means nice place to start. We saw that if we can actually help people perform the traffic safety audits in a good way, we can gather the data, we can prove that it's possible to gather, and we can continue building on that further on. So we said that our MVP would be for actually completing the traffic safety audits. And these are really cool. These are traffic safety auditors, and they're educated from the Norwegian School of Science and Technology. And they basically go and measure things like distance from the road to electrical boxes, the corner radius. They're brilliant. They see things that we can never understand, and they keep our roads safe. So this was the environment we were going to create a solution for. So I sat down with my team, and we started writing our understanding of the product. We are going to create a tool that makes it easier to both register and follow up findings from a traffic safety audit. It's for the people leading the traffic safety audit and the people that are actually receiving the report. And we are building this so that all the findings from future inspections can be collected in a structured way, which was something the Norwegian road authorities were struggling with. So that's the internal value. And the TS auditors would use less time on documentation in the field and report writing at the office. That's the external value. And for product people, we will understand that a product has an internal and external value, but I don't think we always talk about that. And when we have that product defined, the next task for the exercise 1 is to document all the possible user tasks you can help these auditors do in their field. And to do that, it's very nice if you have a designer that might do some user journey mapping and interviews to get some insights in how this process is actually done. I printed out these user journeys, and me and my team literally went step for step and ideated on which user tasks could we in some way help them perform even better. And we've done that. When we did that, we came up with a whole list of ideas. Again, not functionality, right? We aren't going to spec how we are solving this yet. It's just user tasks that the user do with this traffic safety audit test. And we structured it in regards to the workflow, which made it easier for us to have a look at, well, the finding registration part itself. It's a lot of things we can help them with, but we could also make the inspections better for them by assisting, telling them more about which things to look out for, etc. This is a diverging process, meaning you are meant to find as many user tasks as possible, which is why I recommend you to do exercise 2 maybe the day after, because we have to take these tasks. This is still way too much. Creating and solving all these different user needs would take a lot of time. So we will have to prioritize even more. And to do this, I've used the MVP analogy of creating a skateboard as your initial product, even though you want a car, or I say Ferrari. And it's easy to kind of stab holes in this analogy, right? If you want the Ferrari, you definitely don't want the skateboard. But when you work in multidisciplinary teams, you have to create these stories, as we heard earlier today, to make it easier for people to talk about that the product is actually going to evolve over time. And the first story we took from the cheat was the story that we thought this has to be the carrot of our product. This is the defining thing that will make people convert from the existing ways of doing things to using our product. I don't know if the carrot term works in Swedish, but I checked out it works in English. For us, that was combining position finding, which you can see she do on our phone, with the registration part, because they had to use one app today to find the position out in the field, alongside filling out all the forms for the audits. So we knew that we have to have that position tracking available for the first product, so that we can combine all the different tools into one. It's not the easiest thing we could have done, but MVP is not about making the easiest products. It's making the minimum product that people are actually willing to convert over to. And then we just explored the different tasks, seeing where can we place our different tasks, and explored which kind of product development could this be. And the thing I like about this process, instead of just saying what's within scope or not, is that it's much easier for people with a strong connection to their ideas to actually place things here in regards to just say, this is out of scope. Because I'm sure that, especially the people who are not used to product development, they still think we are going to create a Ferrari. I'm pretty sure that we're never going to create a Ferrari because we have pivoted long ago. But it's still easier to get people to work in a more constructive way this way. And also, it's a smart thing of dividing your user groups. Because for a skateboard, there are some tasks, especially when in regards to following up the inspections, that would involve us including multiple user groups, which will make it harder to roll out. It's more people to work with, more needs to be met. So we actually said that we want to focus on one specific user group for our skateboard. And the reason I'm saying we'll never make a Ferrari is because at this point in time, we are thinking about our skateboard. It can develop into multiple different things. We don't know. That's the whole point of doing an MVP, being open to actually pivoting and changing what your aim is. The only thing we actually need to be to agree on is the initial skateboard, which I like. It also helps us decide as late as possible, which is a agile term that you might know, but it's very beneficial because these tasks, I don't have to ideate yet. I don't have to plan to solve this. I haven't committed to solving these at all, so I don't have to start working on possible solutions. I can work on just creating my skateboard the best way possible. And when doing that, I can think of the line of visibility. We were creating an inspection tool with a good experience for the traffic safety auditors, but we have no plans of creating good tools for administrators. So, for example, if you have a look at the sketches and we zoom down to the inspection tool, you have to place findings on different inspections, right? So many people would just say, okay, well, let's add a button here, add new inspection, solved. But we are not planning on solving this task yet. We are actually committing on just delaying it, which means that we said to our users, email us if you're having a new inspection, and we will create it in our systems that doesn't have to be usable at all. We took it upon ourselves to take that task initially because we are not testing the admin tool, right? We don't need insights on that. And the reason I like this is my visual thinking. This may make no sense to you at all, but I look at creating new products as trying out different things which will change the ecosystem. So I suggest making as small changes as possible to actually know that your change is what had any effect. If you create too much noise, it's very hard to actually evaluate your product. And the third exercise is all about realization, as I said. It's 3 simple questions. We start by anticipating when we will launch the product. And this is something that many development teams might have struggled with earlier, feeling the pressure to launch. My aim is that your product team themselves should be willing to launch as soon as possible. We knew we had to be ready to the first coming season because traffic safety audits is season-based, which means that you have a small window where you will do the audits, and then you will have to wait another year. So it's very easy for us to say, we didn't make it, but that would mean a whole year of waiting. Then we could just delay. We didn't have to make the MVP at all. And trying out tools in real life will always give you so much more insights than what you are able to simulate in a user test at the office. Like, for example, how it feels walking down a road and having a trailer driving by you in 80 kilometers an hour. It feels really bad. You don't want to look at an iPad in that moment. It's a lot of going in and out of the car, remembering your iPad. So you have to bring your iPad to register the findings. If you wear yellow jackets on the road, people will stop to talk to you about everything. Stuff like that. You can't plan for that. Your insight will never show you that. Even though you are having designers doing interviews, you will never manage to answer or get these discoveries unless you actually put yourself out there. And to put yourself out there, you have to address the obstacles and uncertainties as fast as possible. For our case, will there be any inspections? Yes, of course, but it's a fair question. Can we join them? Because it would be easier for us to place our product in an environment where we can also inspect it ourselves. And can we get tablets to actually perform this testing? What we learned was that to work on the road, you have to have a arbeidsvarslingskurs, which we had to take, and you have to apply for that. So luckily, we found out that along before the actual inspection, and we found a inspection that was 4 hours away from where we live in Bergen, which meant that we can just drive there. Lastly, creating MVPs is all about exploring things. It's about exploring possibilities and see whether there actually sticks. So you have to have some kind of idea on how to evaluate the success of your solutions. And for us, it was quite simple. We are working in a really niche domain, being traffic safety audits. So we decided that we will have to test the solution up against the previous solutions to see whether we are actually making an impact on both registration and the feel of the product. And we can measure the time used on report writing very easily. And so this was maybe the easiest part, but it's important to address early how do you actually plan to measure the success of your product. When you have done all these three exercises, you have something that looks kind of like this. It gives you an overview of what you are planning to build, which can align your team in a much clearer way than a long Jira backlog. You have actually already talked about how the product can iterate over time. These things are more kind of a guidance. This isn't a roadmap, but it's used to come up with your skateboard. And you have also started to talk about how you can realize the product. It can also look something like this. And for us, I'm pretty proud of this. We started the research in February. We did ideation and user testing and development in March, and we launched our MVP in June. Of course, because we were able to scope it down so clearly, we had a really clear goal. And it allows us to test and confirm that creating this product was actually a good idea, which makes it easier to get more funding too. It's been a rocky road, but it's funny to look back on now because we started in 2022, so March to June. Then we extended the product continuously over many years, but it all started with that little MVP. So now, just to get back to the process map that I made, we still haven't created everything because these things are no use in actually creating. So we have pivoted a bit away from that. It's not a goal in itself. But I hope this inspires you to kind of see that by creating the smallest version of a product and kind of grooming it over time, you can extend your user base. You can also do continuous discovery and continuously build your infrastructure, the technical infrastructure, alongside in the correct tempo of your product evolving. So if you're interested in testing this out yourself, I've put it out in Figma community, so it's free. Please have a look. I would love to hear your feedback if you start using it. I will add the English version just after today, so you can find it there. And yeah, please give me any feedback. I'm constantly iterating on this MVP canvas, so I would love to hear your thoughts on how it works for you. Thank you so much.
Bit better? Yes. Excellent. Right. So it's not about digital strategy, but a strategy for a digitalized world. My aim is to approach this from 3 different perspectives: innovation, organizational change, and sustainable business. But as a start, I thought I should shortly mention how I ended up working with strategy. Many years ago, we don't have to count the years, but quite a lot of years ago, I started as a researcher, design researcher. I worked both in academia and in the industry. Nokia was my first employer. And my experience from doing experience research and design research was that we always got quite crap briefs. We got briefs that were more directed towards strict usability and usability, or good, but only usability, or only the, how should I say, the simple questions. We asked if the button was green enough or big enough, but we didn't ask if we needed a button. So I thought I would push back. So how can we ask the real questions? We started to look at the service design questions. But the problem was the same. We didn't go for, do we really need the service? It's just, how can we make the service the best service that we already figure out that the service should be? So I started to push even further, and that's basically how I ended up in strategy, because the decision when a service is good enough or not is made on a strategic level quite often. Something is happening here. Dramatic pause. But the problem I found when I started working with strategy was that, well, it's quite easy to start a strategy. We need a strategy for something. We need to build strategies. But often you don't need a specific strategy. You need a strategy, but you don't need a specific strategy. You tend to create a strategy for, we have an HR strategy. We have a launch strategy. We have a digital strategy. We have an AI strategy. And then you kind of forget what is the aim, what do we want to move towards. And basically, we're starting to, and this might sound a little bit like semantics, but we're starting to use the word strategy as something to solve operational or tactical questions. In fact, adding another strategy creates confusion more than direction. And if you start to treat a plan as a strategy, your vision will also just create confusion. So to illustrate this, we can turn to digitalization. Having a strategy for digitalization kind of implies that digitalization lives in isolation, in a sheltered environment that is controlled and fixed by digital solutions. But it's not. Digitalization has definitely changed the preconditions and the starting field in which how we need to think about technical solutions, but also how we need to think about business models and user expectations. But the challenges with digitalization rarely is about digitalization in itself. I would almost argue that digitalization as such is irrelevant. It's just a tool, a means to an end. And this can also be a good reminder now when we start to hear so much about AI. It's technologies that we need to relate to, keep track on, explore and understand, but it's a solution or a tool, not the answer. We can do more, we can work smarter, but we still need to understand what the problem we're trying to solve. Solving the right problem is a strategic question. Solving the problem is tactical or operational. And still, in short, we still need a substantial brief of what our purpose is. What has changed is really that we are moving faster. Everything is moving faster. 200% faster, apparently. Not only product development, but the way we do business and our user expectations has also changed. And organizations need to adapt to that. But it's important to build an organization that is prepared for constant change, rather to build an organization that is built for digitalization, or AI, for that matter. But let's start with what has changed. What are the implications that have been so visible with digitalization, and how the effects on product and service development? Because it has been a change. It has had severe impact on our businesses. I thought I'd illustrate this with a timeline. In the beginning, it was the product. Here exemplified with a parking meter. You used coins to rent a physical space on the ground. The time, the square, and the billing was fixed. The number of coin kind of defines the exact timings available for me, and the square was the closest one to the meter, and the billing was very physical as such. And one could argue that the first step in digitalization was to digitalize the payment process. I can use my card. I can be a little bit more flexible with the timings, but it's still my square on the ground and usually closest to the meter. Later, and maybe more where we are now, we have digital connected products. We have apps. And now I can be quite flexible in the timing, and also which square I can park on. I can choose whichever parking that is available in a specific area. And now I think we are starting to become closer to a real change. Because the next step will be a product systems. And this is what we can maybe see in a mall or something like that. You don't use your app, you just drive to Mall of Scandinavia, and the building keeps track on how long you have been there, etc., etc. And it's not hard to see that the next step would be even more of a system, systems of systems. The mall might integrate in other services and bigger services, and I don't think we fully understand what the implications of systems are, but we can see the transition. We are moving towards that position. And the interesting thing here, I believe, is that you need to know what position you want to take in the systems of systems. That is the important part. That is a direction that you want to steer towards. But what we have to remember also, from a customer perspective, nothing has really changed. Even though we have seen this development in technology, I don't care what square on the ground I'm having. I just want to go to the mall. Everything else is just hindrance on the way, reaching my goal. But the interesting thing from a digitalization perspective is not the parking meter or the developments as such. Because the most difficult step to take is here. Going from a digital connected product to a product system. And this is because it starts to become a conceptual change. The value proposition is different if you compare to just renting a physical square on the ground to access a building or something like that. It's also quite a large investment to going from owning the parking meter and the square to interacting with the house or something bigger. 2 houses maybe. And also, going through this change, the return of investment might not even be here, it might be here. We're doing an infrastructure investment in able to reach a position here. Then it becomes even more important to know what position will you take in the systems of system. Where do I want to go? Quite often, what happens here is that you have a triggy, happy CTO or CEO who has read something or has been on a conference, seeing something really cool, and they just want to buy and do stuff, do anything. And this cemetery just becomes bigger and bigger, a huge graveyard where ideas comes to die. And I think the reason being, it's quite easy to start to do something, but if you don't have then the idea of where you want to go, then it just becomes a restricted idea of a cool technology that someone probably should use, but no one is using. And I think I've seen a lot of companies, working with a lot of companies, that this POC cemetery just grows and grows, and they still don't know where to go. And they're kind of hoping that these POCs should be the answer of the next to the next step. Right. So moving from a digital connected product to a product system, or then later to a system of system, that demands that we're willing to give up some stuff we hold for granted. Having that new position will challenge your partners. Previous competitors might be your new partners. And we need to take a leap of faith, a leap into the unknown. And I think this is kind of the essence of innovation, allowing you to take that leap forward and into the digital age means that you need to reevaluate your future position. The question is, how do we choose the right idea to avoid this POC cemetery? My experience is that it's through a culture of innovation with processes for evaluating value propositions. Innovation should really be an agile approach to business development. And in order to foster that agile culture, you need to have the right setup. A traditional approach of innovation, as formulated by IDEO, is this. Some of you probably recognize it, if not all. The idea is that the sustainable innovation is to find a sweet spot between viability, feasibility, and desirability. Or to put it in other words, you need to find a sweet spot between business, user, and technology. This is where the magic happens. And to some degree, I think it's true. We still see too many organizations that have had a too heavy technology focus or are too focused on fine-tuning their business models, not taking the end user into account. Similarly, we see designers that have a tendency to downplay the development of technology or neglect the importance of a solid business model. They just want to create the ideal user experience. However, there is a problem. If an organization leans too much on any of these, as we have seen maybe most prominent with technology companies, it will kill a previous successful business model. And no matter what circle you end up in, if you don't take the other two into account, your business is certain to die. But the problem here is that people within each circle tend to protect their field, which is natural, of course. You're closest to your own problem. But we are in the risk of building islands of isolated experts. So, what do we do to avoid this? Well, first of all, in my experience, we're missing one circle. And it's such a crucial one. I've seen quite a few organizations failing in reaching their innovation goals because they tend to not to take their own organization into account. None of the changes necessary for success happens if the organization are not on board. Structural aspects such as silos, KPIs, or processes are well-known hurdles for implementing a new strategic direction. Or as Peter Drucker said, culture eats strategy for breakfast. But just pulling these 4 circles and creating a cross-functional team will not be enough. There is a need for strategic support that is not directly connected or owned by any of the circles. But there needs to be a function that could take all the circles' needs into account. And by understanding each of the circles and not focusing on one, creates a greater chance for to be adopted by the organization. It will also build an organization that is prepared for stronger value propositions. And I want to say this again, it's important that this function is not owned by one of the circles, but it's a more neutral function that have the methodology of how to listen and understand each of the perspective. It is not business analysis, nor technical evaluation, or yeah, it's not about business analysis, it's not about technical evaluation, it is not about specific user needs or organization drivers alone, it is about combining all those 4 perspectives. The risk still remains though. Having too much focus on one of the circles, even the organizational one, the business will die. So how do we avoid this? What can we do to make this disappear? Well, this position, this function, whose purpose is to create a balance between these circles, needs to be very receptive towards not only the organization, but the other functions as well. It is a function that needs to empathize to understand the needs of the different interests, define a common direction, ideate on solutions that will take all perspectives into account, then using the organization to prototype strategic ideas and test them. And remember, this doesn't have to be an organizational function, but it needs to be an independent driver of change. Because a technical solution will not drive change, not even organization will drive change, but people will drive change. And people are guided by emotions, relationships, internal drivers, and needs. And that is what will affect the decision making. So if we're going to do a digital transformation, whatever that means, it is more to motivate individuals to see the vision and plan rather than focusing on the solution, such as digitalization or AI. So digitalization is partly technology, partly user needs, partly business, but also partly organizational change. And this is essential because in the digitalized world where things move faster, we need to be able to adapt quicker as well. Basically what we have to do is build organization that is ready for change. Change is though always difficult. People don't like change. However, standing still is not as easy as it might look. In fact, just standing still takes quite a lot of energy and effort as well. The difference being that standing still might also be deadly, especially in a digital environment. So what you need is a clear vision, a direction where you want to go, basically an idea of where you want to be in the systems of systems. There needs to be skill or competence to execute that vision. People needs to be motivated to do the change, have the resources to execute your change, and plan in order to know progress. All this seems fairly easy to grasp and easy to identify, at least as long as they're on a slide. However, quite often, at least one of these are not in place. And what happens if you don't have a vision is that you create confusion. If you don't have the skill set to facilitate change, you create anxiety. If you don't motivate people, you create resistance. If you don't have the resources to facilitate or go through the change, you create frustration. And the last one I think is quite interesting. If you don't have a plan, you actually have a false start. Nothing happens. So this shows on an organizational level what happens or what is needed in order to facilitate change. But I don't think this is enough. The organization consists of people and individuals. I don't know her. If we were to focus on one person and not the group that is organization, what are the negative emotions really about when it comes to change? As I said, change is hard. It hurts, and people don't like it. So they usually go through quite traditional emotions. First, denial and shock. I mean, it doesn't have to be this dramatic, of course, but in general, you get the perspective. But it is real. People go through denial and shock. They go further down to the resistance and anger, and it's not until you reach some part of reorientation that they can start to look towards a new opportunity or new solution. Right. And it's important to see that this is on an individual level, because just as in design research, we can't really trust demographics when trying to understand what kind of needs people have. We can't assume that all developers think the same or react the same, or that all the business developers or designers will reason in the same way. Motivation is different, and demographic is just a way of measuring. It doesn't answer any of the why questions. Age, size, social status, gender, etc. will not help us to understand the individual drivers and needs. And managers will not succeed in change if they can't deliver motivation on an individual level and to the right people. And the right people might not be the formal leaders or specific target groups. As often it is informal stakeholders. And in order to address the individual drivers, we need to map out internal stakeholders, formal and informal. We need to do the research in order to understand who really makes the decisions and who have the power and skills of making change happen. So how do you motivate an individual? Well, I think a big part is that I mentioned earlier, sharing the vision, but it's also to create a relatable story that connects. The quote here might at first glance seem to relate to the business circle. How can we transform knowledge into money? But I think it's more than this. And to clarify, it is about transforming the organization knowledge into money. And now we can start not only to connect to this into the individual, but also to the first 4 circles. How can we start to create an offering where we use our own knowledge to create something new? No innovation starts from a blank paper. There is always a legacy of culture, technology, business, and market insight that we can build upon. The unique knowledge within your organization is what we're going to build upon. Use, create something new. But building upon your own knowledge can also make change less intimidating. We're going to use something that you know in order to create. Because of what you know, we are going to work differently. Your knowledge is the base for our change. The next question then is more of how we know that we have created something innovative from our own knowledge. Can we measure the height of innovation? A sustainable business model, and I know that there are different interpretations of this, but for me, a sustainable business model creates value over time, something that won't fall out of fashion in a month or two. Something that is built upon real needs, not just temporary feelings. Finding the underlying problem, what are the drivers and needs that our customers have, can only be verified by those customers. It doesn't matter if we're talking B2B or B2C. The only one that can verify if our solution meets the needs are the ones that in the end are going to pay for it. Everything else is just wishful thinking. So having established that, if we have verified the need, how can we still make sure that we have a solution that is not a copy of others? How can we make sure that we have a solution that is competitive and unique? And how can we make sure that we have innovation? I've used this model quite a lot. It's a very simple model, and one of the big benefit is that it is simple. I bring it to a management team or a product team for that matter, and then I asked them to map out their own product. What features are expected? What features are distinguishing? And what features are innovative? It's a very easy exercise, and if you have a management team, they are not, well, patient is not the leading word. So using this makes them, well, I can understand that. I can understand it fairly easy. If I take a cup of coffee, what is the expected features that I want this to have? Well, it should probably be some watertight thing. That's a good thing, right? And then we can have a distinguishing thing by not having an ear, which is kind of stupid. And then if you manage to really establish what are the expected and what are the distinguishing thing in our offering, then it's quite easy to start to see which direction your product should have. Another example is of course the iPhone. What the iPhone did really was that they redefined what an expected level of features should be on a smartphone. The first iPhone didn't have 3G. It didn't have a week of battery time, which was kind of the standard at the time. Apple said, well, the phone, you should be able to talk and you should be able to send SMS. And then we add a very beautiful distinguishing Apple UX into that, and that creates an innovative product. Later on, of course, when you have reached that level, it didn't take 6 months until the Samsungs and the Nokias of the world also delivered on the expected level, and then you need to redefine. Point being that it is quite easy to map out if your product or offering is innovative or not. It is not that hard. You can do it, and you can do it on a feature level, or you can do it on a service level, or you can do it on an offering level. It doesn't take that much time. Okay. So, what is it that we, with our knowledge, can add to the table in order to make this solution a more unique one. There is still a risk, of course. If we haven't identified the value of the core offering, well, that's just one way of getting the balance wrong in this. And we all know what happens then. I thought I should finish with some old examples. Old because a lot of water has passed under the bridges and no people and or toes will be hurt. So I worked at Skype between 2006 and 2010. Probably all of you have heard of Skype. I'm just going to assume that, right? So this was a very interesting time. It was peak innovation. It was just in the verge where eBay bought Skype. And Skype was a really innovative company. It challenged the telecom market. It had some really interesting peer-to-peer technology. All that was fine and dandy. Then eBay come and buy Skype. And what often happens in startups during an acquisition process, especially in technology companies, a lot of promises are made during the process in order to boost the price. The result was that most of our development was gradually directed from being innovative towards quarterly reports and to satisfy venture capital. A lot of the innovation was lost because we ended up in vicious circles of ambulance projects that would only create more and more features, because that was something that the venture capitalists could measure. More feature, better products. But there was no direction. No why. No one had a long-term idea. But new product people came in who believed that even more features would create even more value, values that no users wanted. Not building on what the team at Skype knew. When I left Skype at 2010, Skype was quite an uninteresting company, or uninteresting product. The company was fine. There was nothing they offered that wasn't better or easier on other platforms. It is even the case now that 15 years later, other platforms with roughly the same technology or functionality that Skype had back in 2006 are being used and considered as creative communication platforms. Slack doesn't have that many new features compared to Skype back then, but they understand their users a lot better than we were allowed to do there. I'm soon to be finished, don't worry. Another example, coming from a different direction. After Skype, I joined Svenska Spel, and it was like running and getting stuck in mud. I mean, the identity of Skype was that it was innovative and everything happened quick. We sat in user testing and behind a one-way mirror, and features changed during the user test and went live directly. It was amazing and pretty cool. Not that much at Svenska Spel. And I mean, the one reason being that they made 5.5 billion kroner in profit every year. That's kind of the, and 800 employees. So that's kind of a recipe for fat and happy, I think. And the product was not particularly fast paced, if I say so. I mean, it's basically an Excel form in different colors. That is what the whole gambling market is about. But they knew that they have to do something. So they started an R&D department, a department that should be innovative. I shouldn't dwell on that specific department because I was actually in it for a while. But there was this feeling that someone high up or a management consulting thought we need to be innovative. So let's create a department that is innovative, so everyone else can just continue to do whatever they wanted and not lose bandwidth. That didn't work. The problem with such initiative is that they have a weak connection to the rest of the organization. It becomes an isolated phenomenon. And if the company is doing well enough, no P&L responsibility is assigned either. It becomes a make-believe service. We did loads of different concepts and prototypes, but the only one I can think of that actually came out from that time was the mini Triss, which is Triss, but slightly smaller. Nothing else. And of course, a lot of this can be explained of being fat and happy. But also, I think the problem is deciding that innovation happens here in the R&D department. The rest of the organization will stay as they were. Both Svenska Spel and Skype failed at innovation, but in different ways. One, by not allowing innovation culture to continue to flourish, but with quarterly KPIs that are set without understanding either what the product was or how the organization worked. The other one by trying to solve innovation organizationally without actually understanding how the organization worked. And neither of them managed to keep up the balance in the three circles. Well, Svenska Spel is still doing pretty well, but that's because different reasons. Very strong brand names. I can talk about that, but I don't have time. Right. And I wanted to take up these examples because often we talk about the technology or the user circles. Often we talk about the Fawcett or Kodak things, but the examples of business and organization is not that common. But I should mention, yes, technology, I mentioned it, the POC cemeteries you all are aware of. And if we come too much up in the user circle, well, it's usually art. It's fine on its own merits, but it's proven ever so often it's really hard to make a really good business case. So, if we summarize this, what can we say about digital strategy? Well, first of all, it's not that digital at all. All of the things that I mentioned here, few of them has been about digitalization as such. It is about finding your position in the system of systems. But this is not really about digitalization either. It's about finding a position for a future value proposition. There is, as I said, aspect of digitalization here because things move quickly, but it's not really about digitalization. It's about to create a clear vision. And that is strategic. The position is strategic. What else? Innovation happens when you realize your own potential. Potential that arises in the intersection of user needs, technology, business, and organization. Organizational change only happens when you have managed to create the motivation, both on an individual and an organizational level. And a sustainable business is a business that builds on your own competence, the competence within the organization. And with this as a basis, you can create a story that the whole organization can relate to. But not only that, you can build an actionable plan ahead. Because a strategy that only gives direction and no priorities of action would just be a collection of buzzwords. And with that, thank you. 2 minutes. I understand if you're tired and want to go, but if you have any questions, either we take them now or you just go and drink and I can stay back here for a while. No question. Well, thanks for the attention.
you.